Hello, hope you can hear me, and welcome to the Prenzlauer Berg stage of FOSS Backstage. Today we have most of our OSPO talks, and to kick things off, we have Denise Cooper talking about the evolution of OSPOs. I'm sure most of you already know Denise, but in case you don't, Denise does many things. And has been involved in open source for a long time and is the founder and president of Inner Source Commons. So let me bring on Denise. Hi, welcome. Denise, are you able to unmute your mic for us?
How's that?
Yeah, great. Can hear you now. If you have your screen shared, then we can bring your slides up.
I do. Let's see. There's the screen, and there's the presentation. Good.
Okay, I'll bring that in, and over to you.
Hi there. This is a hastily done presentation because I only heard I was doing this recently, but I'm happy to talk about this topic because OSPOs are near and dear to my heart. You'll learn more about that in a minute. It's a growing trend, although those of us in the tech world have known about them for a long time. And so let's begin. If you have questions, please put them in the chat, and we will have a Q&A at the end. So if I say anything that bothers, let me know. All right, here we go. So first of all, here's a little timeline to get us started. You'll notice, and this is not to scale time-wise, where the actual things land, because the Free Software Foundation was, of course, years ahead of the rest of us in recognizing the opportunity of what we now call open source. Back then, it was called free software exclusively, and there was reasons for that. But in 1998, the term open source was coined by some folks at a meeting that was convened by O'Reilly and O'Reilly Publishing. And O'Reilly also published a book that was essays by the prominent players in the free software movement. The reason they sought a change of name was, of course, because free is an ambiguous term in English. It means both gratis and free as in freedom. And that free as in freedom is kind of what Richard Stallman meant, but there was confusion, and it was causing some problems in the business community, which Tim O'Reilly noticed and others had noticed as well. In 1998 also, Mozilla was the first corporation to ever create an open source project volitionally, as a strategy. And they, of course, had a group that got together to talk about building that license and the terms under which they would work. And that could be considered the first office around an open source thing in corporation. However, Linux had been going for a while, and there were several sort of Linux clubs inside of the leading tech corporations. And I know because I was in one at Apple in the early 90s, not too long after Linux was founded. And I know B. Dale Garby was already puttering around with it at HP. But I actually believe I started the first corporate OSPO, or the first OSPO. And the reason that we called it an OSPO, which stands for Open Source Program Office, is because Sun was really big on program offices. There were program offices for everything. And so since I was going to focus on open source, I was hired in early 99. We set me up an office, and we started talking about it that way. And it's an obvious acronym. I don't think it was particularly clever, but it seems to have stuck because that is the term that is generally used now. Sun needed an OSPO because they were making a big bet in open source. Now, going on through the timeline, and by 2000, most of the deep tech companies already had an OSPO. And that's only a year later, but HP, IBM, Intel, even Microsoft, it was not a very functional OSPO at that point, but they had one. Novell and Apple, I know for sure had there. I may have missed a few, and I'm not trying to be exhaustive here, but the idea is there were a handful, and they were mostly, you'll notice, companies that worked in operating systems and particularly around Unix. So what came right after that was a gradual expansion that by 2010 seemed to us in the open source world like a landslide. 2010 is when I worked my way out of the working on the open source initiative. And so I did that for 10 years. And I worked out of it because I was too busy. At that point, I was the CTO of Wikipedia, and that was taking up all my time. But also, it looked to me like it was an inevitability that open source was going to prevail. We'd been through a few rounds of arguing about whether the licensing needed to change, whether open source definition needed to change. But the fact that money was starting to accumulate behind OSPOs was a pretty big deal, right? So then in 2015, open source won in the marketplace, as in we stopped having traditional enemies, and mostly we stopped having Microsoft as a traditional enemy. That's the year that Satya Nadella became the CEO of Microsoft. That's also the year that Stephen von Nichols wrote his famous paper that basically said open source has won, get over it. And then in 2020, we saw a second wave of the rise of the OSPO. And this, I would argue, is a new kind of OSPO. It's a little bit different than the corporate OSPO. Corporate OSPOs are very deeply discussed in places like the To-Do group at the Linux Foundation. But the OSPO++ as a concept is about the institutionality of the existence of OSPOs being helped or being used as a way to help municipalities and academia to join this movement in more largely, like MIT's been doing open courseware for a long time, but most large research institutions in the world are not that deeply involved. The city of Munich adopted open source and kicked out Microsoft back in 2000, 2001, I think. And they've gone back and forth as politics have prevailed. We're pro Microsoft. We're not pro Microsoft. We're pro Microsoft again. And we'll talk about that some more. But a broad stroke like the European Union in 2020, revealing that they were going to recommend that there be OSPOs all throughout the European Union at a municipal level and a city-state level, and that the federation of those city-states, which is the EU, was also going to engage in OSPO as a way of getting the citizenry and all of the people involved to understand the potential of open source for municipalities. All right, so that's the basic timeline that I'm going to talk through. Now, I already said that we started the first OSPO at Sun. Let me say a little bit more about why that was important to us. At the dawn of open source, there were still a fair number of people trying to define what that meant. The free software folks wanted a complete graft of what they had to say, including the political manifesto that came with that back in that era. But there were other people who thought that they could do a better job. One of them was Bill Joy, who was the chief scientist of Sun, and of course founded the BSD project while he was a grad student at Cal, and therefore wrote the BSD license, right? So he had credentials. He believed that that open source as originally conceived was not going to work very well in corporate settings. There had been a commitment made, not by Bill Joy, to open source Java. In thinking through how he could do that, or how that could be done in a way that wouldn't cede control, because corporations were all about control back then, they came up with a blade and spoke model license called the SCSL, or Sun Community Source License. It was not an open source license. It did not pass the OSD. They tried to make a Hail Mary play to say, look, we love you, little open source initiative, but we have longer experience and we think it should happen this other way. And that was unsuccessful, thankfully. I was actually hired to defend the SCSL, and I only did it for 6 months before I was convinced by the community that this was the wrong way to go about it. And I became a true believer. And this is something that happens over and over again in corporations where people become OSPO spokespeople. They often drink the Kool-Aid, and whatever the corporate agenda is, over the history of OSPOs, whatever the corporate agenda is, it starts to morph in the person of that person. So that happened to me. And I actually quit Sun. It's because I was tired of being told that we weren't doing things right, and I couldn't seem to influence them to change it. But at the time, they were interested in keeping me at Sun more than they were interested in being right about that. And so they offered me an opportunity to open an OSPO, an open source program office, in order to create a more authentic open source at Sun and help educate people and hopefully change minds of people, leaders like Bill Joy. So that's why we did it. So now we're going to talk about the age of the Paleolithic OSPO. These are the big moves in prehistory. And this is a piece of Paleolithic art off cave face in France, famously. So this is the beginning of prehistory, first time humans do something that we can date. OSPOs at this time were mostly about legal encumberment and attention to detail that for-profit software not get sucked into what was seen as a problematic licensing model in the copyleft licenses. Now, for the record, I don't think that copyleft is problematic. I think that there are some really good reasons to use copyleft. I am a member of the Apache Software Foundation as well, and I also have a deep belief in the right times and reasons to use permissive licensing. In the Paleolithic period, most of the OSPOs were run by lawyers, including the Sun OSPO. Although I was running it, I had an assigned lawyer whose job was to keep me on the straight and narrow. And we did exhaustive readings of the license text and tried to understand it through the lens of corporate licensing and corporate contract law. And we grouped them into ones we were willing to deal with and ones we weren't willing to deal with. One of those was the GPL. There was a blanket statement made that Sun would never touch GPL licensing. And then only a year later, we licensed the Open Office project under the LGPL. So we were blowing through our own edicts pretty quickly. This was really, really common. There was a lot of vanity licensing happening where companies were putting their names on licenses and then throwing code over the wall. Apple did a famous one of these when they switched to the mock kernel. They created the Darwin project. They hired some of the best engineers in the BSD community to run it, and then they proceeded to undermine that community by tossing tar balls of each successive build of the actual operating system over the wall and blowing up whatever the community was doing over and over again until everybody left. That took about a year. So in the Paleolithic time, most OSPOs were pretty broken. Then came the Mesolithic period of OSPOs, and this was a transition period. This coincides with the large growth, that 10-year period of growth for OSPOs between 2000 and 2010, we sort of, slid into the Mesolithic. It became pretty clear that a vanity license was a bad idea because it didn't create interoperable code. It didn't promote code reuse. Even some of the best, intentions, like the Mozilla project's original license, instead of creating an Olympic-sized pool of code that could be reused, it basically created infinite kiddie pools of code. And that's because of the way the license was written. It wasn't interoperable between versions. And so the Apple public license, which was an exact copy of the Mozilla public license, made a separate pool of code. I hope you can understand what I'm saying there. There was some progress made, some notable progress made. Starting with, I think, the Open Office project at Sun, we started to show that open source could both satisfy a corporate greed while also satisfying a human need. So the open source project known as Open Office was built to hurt Microsoft, full stop. That is what Sun cared about. That's why they spent the money. People like me that were helping conceive of this project and pushing it forward and designing it were looking for also a rise of the boats around people being able to use productivity software without learning a new language, because Microsoft is only supporting 13 languages worldwide. Part of our strategy was to make sure that people could localize OpenOffice into their own needed language. And we had at one point 160 separate efforts to try to do that, Wikipedia, similarly, is about giving you some of the world knowledge in your own language. And the truth is that Sun didn't care about that in your own language thing, except to the extent that it was pushing their agenda of scaring the pants off of Microsoft by, getting substantial market share away from them in a short period of time. At one point, 600 million copies of OpenOffice were downloaded every time we turned a version. So we were pretty successful at that. Another really fine example of an OSPO that was serving a corporation but doing it creatively was Google Summer of Code, where Summer of Code both helped Google in a material way, but Google was not giving away the secrets of their search engine, even though they were using GPL licensed code. They were using the loophole that they weren't distributing that code, they were just performing it on their website. So they weren't legally required to give those changes back, but they were sort of aware that they had a moral obligation. And they got interested in ways to make the open source community better directly through the efforts of their OSPO. And thinking about how to grow the pool of open source developers that were available, they thought, wow, there's all those students in CS departments. What if we made a cash prize for them to come and be involved in open source over their summer? And they, we would pay them, we would make some minimum requirements of what, positive involvement looks like. Oh, and by the way, since we're fast tracking them, we probably need the projects to agree so that it's not a big, clusterfuck for them. So let's include the projects in the planning, get them to agree to mentor a certain number of students, place the students with the projects, and then, do some analysis of how well they do. This also allowed, in addition to helping them with their open source reputation, it allowed them to preview some of the best up and coming open source ready engineers that were about to graduate from school. So it was also a recruiting thing for them. This is basically a way to say to you, an OSPO doesn't only have to protect the corporation. But you also heard me say in the Mesolithic period, there was a fundamental shift in the architecture of software towards software as a service. So in the Paleolithic period, we were still shipping, shrink wrapping CDs, DVDs, floppy disks of software, and people were going to Fry's and buying it off of a shelf and taking it home and putting it in their computer. But by the Mesolithic period, I think there started to be easier ways to get software distributed, and some of them were not distributed at all, like the Linux use that Google did. They were performant. And because the licenses were not written to touch that performant issue, with the exception at this point of the Affero GPL or AGPL, all the other licenses didn't close that gap. And so even the copyleft licenses were fundamentally permissive as long as you were just performing. So if you were shipping it in a car, in a vehicle that you were building, like a lot of the automakers did, then you were in violation of the GPL. And the Free Software Foundation continues to track down people who violate the GPL and try to get them to understand what that distribution trigger looks like. But they've been slow to close that performance loop. And that allowed a lot of new companies to set up OSPOs, make sure they stayed on the right side of that loop, but also realize that they still had to give back in some material way to stay on the right side morally of the open source community. Okay. The third big wave of OSPOs is the Neolithic OSPO. That is the sort of almost recorded history OSPO. And this, by the way, is off of Newgrange in Ireland, in the country I live in now. And I would say that the difference between Mesolithic and Neolithic is that now open source has won, and we're starting to see companies like Microsoft revisit the activities of their OSPO. OSPOs are starting to show up everywhere in the industry at this point. And even outside of the industry, starting to see some OSPOs. So early adoption OSPOs, both in academia and in cities, happened much earlier, but we're starting to see them become more effective as we get into the Neolithic period. We're seeing, because open source has won, there's a re-examination by a new crop of businesses that want to take advantage of the halo effect of open source without actually dealing with all of the requirements. And OSPOs are key to help educate people about, why that's wrong thinking, what direction to go. It also provides a single point of contact to a burgeoning open source developer pool for a company that's trying to stay on top of things. And I think we're in the Neolithic period in the tech industry still, and we're going to be in it for a while, I think. But the real reason that we're doing this talk is to signal a modern era of OSPOs. Yes, that is Burning Man. Notice it looks a little Neolithic. Because what we have now is an interest that in a couple of sectors that have never really shown deep interest before. In academia and also in municipalities, we're starting to see a real interest in using open source, but they're not organized like traditional tech companies who've been able to mobilize engineering resources and to build business models that include open source as part of their story. A lot of the reasons that these new players are wanting to get into it is because there's a lower cost of acquisition or perceived lower cost of acquisition. So all of that rhetoric that was very common in the Neolithic era, the cathedral and the bazaar, is still being read by these new players, and they're continuing to kind of misunderstand what that means. They have some challenges, which we'll talk about in a minute, in order to make this all work. But we're suggesting, and I'll tell you who we are in a minute, that we should be creating a network of OSPOs for this type of customer. And the truth is, tech OSPOs have been networked. A lot of us have hopped around between OSPOs. Stormy Peters has got definitely got the prize for the most number of name brand OSPOs ever worked in, right? Starting with HP, and now she's at Microsoft, but she was at 3 others in between. But all of us hop around. I mean, I hopped around, and my last OSPO job was only over 2 years ago, working for PayPal, trying to get theirs together. Lots of us have engaged in consulting in between our big gigs, so we've done a lot of small holder helping as well. But getting OSPOs to work and open source to work at scale in municipalities and academia is going to require some different tools and different ideas and different changes. There have been efforts to get open source to work at civic level before. Famously, there was the Code for America, which, it was a really great effort. They learned a lot. They eventually had to retrench because their original idea of open source for the masses was sort of not working, partly because they were having a hard time with requirements and expectations. There were a lot of reasons. But likewise, it's exhausting work running an OSPO, and people do, time out and need to go recharge, right? And another reason that it's going to be different is most of these entities don't actually have their own programmers who are persistent. Open source kind of depends on a certain amount of persistence of at least the key players. That's why we built at places like Apache the growing of responsibility as you distinguish yourself, because it makes it sticky for those people. But both municipalities and academia have like 4 years at best of a workforce, and then it shifts, and then they tend to get very young workers, not exclusively. There definitely are municipalities with large engineering organizations, but they also tend to use a lot of body shops, and that is a really ephemeral workforce. And so figuring out how to shift the attitudes and teach people how to do this in a different way is going to be a lot of the work of the OSPO++. So open source for public good, definitely not a new thing. It's been a lot of us, even though enlightened self-interest is such a key part of open source, trying to be good or trying to do good while doing well has been a thing the whole time, starting with OpenOffice in 2000, Mozilla in 1999. They were trying to, or 98, they were trying to save their company, Mozilla, but they were also trying to do a good thing. Apologies for the phone. Sorry, I'm in a hotel room. But to get it to actually work, open source for public good that works is a different thing, because you need that institutionality. You need to be able to convince suits, money, lawyers, others, that this is a sustainable thing that you're doing, that it's not just fly by night, it's not fringy people who don't fit into society. Now, as open source has won and moved into the mainstream and more people get paid to do open source than do it for free, this is changing. And again, OSPO++, the idea of that is to expand on the idea of open source for public good and actually make it work this time. So one of the big things that they're having to relearn as we talk about this network effect is the idea that all boats rise. Why do all boats rise? Because that's how open source works. There are no fences. Interestingly, in the world of open source, we're seeing a lot of emotional response in the newest crop of leaders to what they perceive first as a sustainability effort. But the fact that maintainers are tired, and 20 years of doing something will make anybody tired. How to fix that problem, looking at the money trail and then thinking, oh my gosh, we have to write licenses that cause people through legal means or moral means to contribute commensurate with the value that they're deriving from the thing that's being written and maintained, not by their employees, right? So that's selective boats thinking. If you're doing it for free, then you get a pass. But if you have money, then you need to, give us some. We decided a long time ago that open source wouldn't work that way. All the boats have to rise. And how this manifests in academia and in municipalities is some of the boats want to see some other boats not rise. Like every time I've ever spoken about open source in a municipal government, and I've been doing this for 22 years now, they eventually ask me how they can lock out their competitor country to the north, south, east, or west that they don't trust, right? For whatever reason. And we always have to say that's not how it works. So this is a big pill for you to swallow if you've been competing for resources all of your life. Figuring out how to share is harder, right? And letting even some of the poorer countries get the benefit of the fact that you're paying for stuff. Now, I worked on the COVID tracing app that is now called COVID Green app over at Linux Foundation. I worked for them on that for the Irish government. We had a paying customer, the Irish government. I spent most of my time on that project advocating for a broader vision and for them to spend a little more money to build something that could be more broadly used around the world for good reasons. And that has worked out. But it's the first time that the Irish government's ever actually engaged in that kind of altruism. And they're altruistic people. But it's a hard thing to think of if you have accountants running a matrix of cost versus benefit, because it seems like an intangible benefit. So this is one of the biggest challenges that I think the OSPO++ network will face. But the point of making it a network is finding articulation of intangible values faster and in a more compelling way so that people don't get stuck on the penny counting, right? So we, who I referred to earlier, is a little consortium of people. We call ourselves mosslabs.io. And this background here is from the website, mosslabs.io, and it is pointers to documentation about a series of events or things that Mosslabs has engaged in over the last 2 years. And what's interesting is during this time is exactly when Europe was analyzing the idea of open source as applied to a federal government and how you would choose how to set that up. The Obama administration was also deeply into open source. I didn't tell that story, but I'm happy to, and somebody asks in the questions. This is worth going to look at, and it's definitely worth getting involved in if you represent either academia or a municipal government. There's a lot of opportunity to right now, a lot of interest from some very deep pockets, but they're not traditional deep pockets. Like we're doing this because we're a tech company and we want to get on this wave. This is more like we have problems to solve, and this looks like a better way than the way we've been trying to do it. But they need a lot of help to understand, and they need a lot of help to figure out how to fit in within the boundaries of what open source means without once again trying to redefine it. All right, so that is the end of my talk. I have 10 minutes for questions, I think. Join me on Friday If you thought this was interesting, for a different talk, Lessons Learned from Building InterSource Commons, that's a really short 15-minute talk, but it's part of a block of InterSource stuff. And if you haven't looked at InterSource, but you've had to try to explain to a company how to do open source and it's been too hard, you want to see this, because this will help you understand how to apply InterSource methods inside first, behind the firewall, to get everybody ready for the idea of how to collaborate. I think this is the most important sustainability thing that we could be doing. So I hope you'll join me for that. And in the meantime, thank you very much. And now I will turn my slides off, hopefully, so that we can go back to talking.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Denise. That was a great talk. A really nice way to kick off the day. I have a question from the audience. Someone asks, in your experience, what is it that usually triggers an organization to take that first step and set up an OSPO?
Usually, in my experience, it is still concern from the legal community or the policy community or the compliance community about getting it wrong, or the brand, sometimes the branding people. And that's not a bad impetus as long as they don't get stuck there, right? You do need to understand what the working tolerances are, and before you can do something innovative like the Summer of Code, right? You need to figure out what the rules are. But I wish that people setting up OSPOs would think more about it that way. Like, now that I understand the rules, how far can I go in the direction I want to go, rather than going through years of slogging through the rules and being pretty boring, right?
Okay, we have time for another question. So if anyone wants to write one, now's your chance.
Boy, I must not have been controversial enough if that's what we have.
I mean, you have time. You're giving another couple of talks, so I'm sure if people want to ask you questions, they have time to do that as well.
Yeah, we get a lot of questions over at Moss Labs about why we called it ++.
Okay.
The first plus is about expanding it past code to data, hardware, all the open. Mm-hmm. And the second plus is that network effect, trying to get the cities to start sharing information instead of somehow seeing it as a competitive advantage, as those cities need to compete against each other. Mm-hmm. Right? I mean, maybe they do. But it's probably not to the advantage of their citizenry, I would imagine. Mm-hmm. So the idea here is some of the larger municipalities, like the city of Paris, are building open source tools that are actually pretty valuable, but everybody else isn't jumping on the bandwagon of learning how to use them. Now, I know more about the situation in the US in terms of sizes of things, so I'll say that there are something like 35,000 municipalities in the US that are too small to have their own programmers. Mm-hmm. So one of the things Moss Labs has been thinking about is how to increase their access with turnkey solutions. But we have to work out, who would run them, who would manage them, all that stuff, right? And another interesting thing is the largest research institutions worldwide already share a fair amount, but they also all have technology transfer offices that try to patent things to preserve value within that university so that they can get licensing fees. Mm-hmm. But it's not working. What it really effectively does is people abandon whatever they worked on for their PhD project and go reinvent it over in the technical world, commercial world, because they can't access that information from what they did before without paying a fee that they can't afford. So if you look at the really successful hallmarks of the internet era, you see things like the World Wide Web. Well, Tim Berners-Lee decided not to patent that idea so that it would grow. It's like the ultimate in permissive licensing. So what we're seeing now are really serious research institutions like Johns Hopkins setting up an OSPO. First of all, Johns Hopkins set up an OSPO last year. It's kind of amazing, right? They put it in the library because it's the one place that everybody touches. This year, they're doing something called Semesters of Code. Semesters of Code is an embroidery on Summer of Code. It's the idea that you could, for your own students, help them to the experience of working in this way. And you'd get more of them involved if you weren't paying money, getting through the hoops that you have to get through in order to get on the gravy train of the Google Summer of Code. What if you, A, took projects that were being written in your university anyway, open source them, B, get your own students involved, give them a fast track to getting involved in those projects, and then C, hopefully help them springboard from that experience into the commercial world in a way that connects to that experience. The first institution we know that did exactly this was University of California in Santa Cruz. They have an amazing program that is just this, right? They had a grad student who was already, frankly, a known quantity out in Silicon Valley, but he came back to do a PhD. He took what he did and turned it into a company. The project is called CEPH, C-E-P-H. He took what he did, he turned it into a company. He made a lot of money. The university got back to him and said, hey, you're an alumni and we helped you to this experience. Why don't you give us some of your money? And he said, I would be happy to do that if you made it possible for other students to do what I did. So they built a whole program just about reproducing that experience.
Great.
That is something that can be reproduced around the world of academia. And similarly, again, the city of Paris, for their own needs, wrote a soup to nuts. Here's a package that runs a major city. I mean, Paris, it's a big city, right? 217 separate services that every city pretty much needs. I need a marriage license. How do I go get one? I have a pothole in my street. How do I get that? Right? And then some very creative ones, like they put a certain proportion of their budget aside for public commentary in what they call participatory budgeting, right? So the citizens realize that they are the government. How much would that shift things if people got back to realizing that they are the government instead of thinking about the government endlessly? And helping municipalities to figure out how to do some of these things. This all fits in the rubric of OSPO++. That's why we got interested.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, like we said before, Denise will be back on Friday. So make sure you catch those talks. Okay, we're going to take...
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye,
Thanks.
everybody.
Bye. Yes, we will take a break for a minute or so before the next talk begins. So just 1 second. Hi there, welcome back to the Prenzlauer Berg stage at FOSS Backstage. We have another great talk coming up for you now. It's a pleasure to welcome Dawn Foster to FOSS Backstage. Dawn is Director of the Open Source Community Strategy at the VMware OSPO. And Dawn will be speaking about collaborative leadership. So let me just bring Dawn in. Hi there.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, I will bring up your slides and I'll let you get started.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so welcome to my talk. My slides are already uploaded on the speaking tab of fastwonderblog.com if you want to follow along or grab the links that are sprinkled throughout the presentation. And we should have almost 10 minutes at the end for questions. So drop your questions into the questions tab and I'll answer a few live before we move into the breakout room. Today, I'm going to talk about a few topics related to governance, starting with a look at the differences between projects that are under foundations compared to projects that are run out of individual companies. After that, I'll talk about how governance is mostly about the roles and processes that guide how people collaborate and make decisions, including some thoughts on how to document all of this in ways that set your project up for success. Then I'll wrap it up with a few final thoughts and links to hopefully some useful resources. First, I'll tell you a bit about me. I've been in the technology industry for over 20 years, working mostly on open source projects from within companies like Puppet and Intel, where interestingly enough, I worked with Denise, our last presenter. At Pivotal, I was responsible for driving our Kubernetes contribution strategy. So that's kind of how I got involved in the Kubernetes Contributor Experience Special Interest Group. Now that I'm working in VMware's open source program office and I'm responsible for our open source community strategy, lately I've been more active in the CNCF Contributor Strategy SIG, in particular the governance working group. I'm also on the steering committee for the Linux Foundation's To-Do group, where companies collaborate on ways to run successful open source program offices. I'm also a board member of Open UK, which is focused on developing and sustaining leadership in open technology within the UK. And I'm a governing board member and maintainer for the Linux Foundation's Chaos project, which is focused on using metrics to evaluate the health of open source projects. I also have a PhD from the University of Greenwich here in London, where I was researching how people working at many different companies collaborate together within the Linux kernel. Now, I wanted to start by talking about why it's so important to think about who owns or controls an open source project, because it's something that many of us don't spend as much time thinking about as we should. Projects that are controlled by foundations and ones that are owned by an individual company can have very different dynamics and risks associated with participating in those projects. It is not always clear whether a foundation is neutral or not. I generally start by looking at the leadership for the foundation. If the board of directors or other leadership bodies are made up of people who work at a wide range of companies, especially if they're competing companies, that's a good indication that it's a neutral foundation with a good balance of people to represent various aspects within the industry. If the board members, on the other hand, are primarily made up of people from a single company, or maybe just a couple of companies that have very close ties together, it's also not likely to be a neutral foundation. Trademarks are another thing to look at. In a neutral foundation, the foundation should own the trademarks associated with, for example, the name of the foundation, and probably most of the projects. If the trademarks are owned by a company, especially a single company across the whole foundation, that's a red flag that the foundation is probably not neutral. It can also help to look at the projects under that foundation. Were they originated at a single company? Or did they come from a wide variety of different companies? Do those projects have leaders from a variety of companies? Do they have contributor license agreements from one company? Or is the CLA from the foundation? The more you see references to a single company across the projects, the less likely it is to be neutral. And these are just a few of the many things that you can look at when you're trying to decide if a foundation is neutral. The Apache Software Foundation, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, the CNCF, Eclipse, and the Linux Foundation, those are all neutral foundations. On the flip side, the Open Usage Commons Foundation is not one that I would classify as a neutral foundation. The success of Kubernetes can be attributed in part to being contributed to the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, Putting Kubernetes into a neutral foundation with representation from a bunch of different companies provided a level playing field where each of us could collaborate and innovate as equals to create something that benefits the whole ecosystem. With neutral foundations, our end users get access to more innovation from a diverse group of contributors, while also reducing vendor lock-in. For example, users of Kubernetes can consume enterprise versions from a wide variety of vendors that can run on any of the leading cloud providers, or they can roll their own solution using open source Kubernetes. And as software vendors, we can contribute to foundation-driven projects with the confidence that no one company is in control of the project, and that we can contribute as equals within the community regardless of who we work for. Open source projects that are controlled by a single company are higher risk because they operate at the whims of that company, whereas projects that are under neutral foundations have a lower risk, both for end users and software vendors. When a project is owned by a company, there's little recourse for outside contributors when that company decides to go in a direction that doesn't align with the needs or expectations of the other participants within the community. When a project is owned or controlled by a company, consider the reputation of that company as a steward of open source projects. But always keep in mind that they can change their strategy at some later date. We've seen some of this with Google around the Istio and Knative projects. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't participate in projects that are owned by other companies, but we should think about the risks that we're taking. In some cases, it makes a lot of sense to accept this higher risk, but we should at least try to make sure that we understand the risks that we're taking. At VMware, for example, we believe that contributing open source projects to neutral foundations is important. And it's something that we do regularly for projects that we've started once they start to gain a bit of traction with people outside of the company. For example, we've contributed Harbor and Contour to the CNCF. We contributed Turn to the Linux Foundation's Automated Compliance Tooling project. We've also contributed projects to the Apache Software Foundation and other foundations. The challenge with contributing open source projects to foundations is that you also give up some of your control to the foundation. Typically, assets like the project's trademark, repositories, websites, and other things would be transferred to the foundation. Existing maintainers and leaders will usually keep their positions. However, neutral foundations usually make sure that governance is set up in a way that makes it easy for people from other companies to participate and eventually move into leadership positions. So as the contributing company, you should expect more leadership transitions over the longer term, which is perfectly healthy. And while this does mean giving up some control over the project, there are a lot of benefits. With advantages around community building, innovation, and wider adoption, it's something that we should at least consider for our open source projects. It's also important to think about when your project might be ready to contribute to a neutral foundation. If your project is very immature and just getting started, foundations are less likely to be interested in your project. Whereas a project with a bunch of users that's starting to get really good traction within the industry that just maybe needs some help moving up to the next level is going to be a lot more likely to be accepted by a foundation. And however, companies should understand that contributing a project to a foundation is an ongoing commitment. It is not an exit strategy, and you need to be prepared to provide staff and other support over the long term and the short term, just like you would if you weren't contributing it to a foundation. We've been doing quite a bit of work within the CNCF Contributor Strategy SIG in the Governance Working Group to help document some governance best practices. And this section contains ideas, inspiration, and materials that I've been working on along with other people like Josh Burkus, for example, within the working group. So a lot of people really like to hate on governance. It's just extra paperwork, it's busy work, it's politics that get in the way of doing the real work on the project. The reality is governance can be found in all open source projects in one form or another to specify the processes for how people work together within the project. Ideally, it will be clearly documented, but for some projects, especially smaller ones, it might be a bit more ad hoc and informal. Governance helps outline the expectations around roles and responsibilities, along with the decision-making processes. So it's important to have at least the basics in place early, since it's one of those things you may think you don't need until you realize you do. It's usually easier to set clear expectations up front rather than realizing later that various people have very different expectations, which can take a lot more time to sort out. This doesn't mean that you need to specify everything up front, and I would discourage you from over-engineering your governance processes before you need them. A project with only a few people will not need elaborate elections to select leaders, but you should probably define a few basic roles like maintainer, define the process for contributing to your project, and talk about how decisions about those contributions are made. If the process for collaboration and decision-making are not clearly documented as part of the project governance, this can increase the risk of participating in or using the project because it introduces a lot of uncertainty into the mix. Knowing how collaboration occurs and how decisions are made is vital to being able to make contributions that are more likely to be accepted. There are a few documents that every project, even the small ones, should have. It should go without saying, but open source projects need the appropriate licensing documentation. I occasionally find repos with missing license files, but more often I see licenses not applied correctly within projects. So in addition to just checking the box to put a license file in your repository, some licenses do actually require other things, like a notices file or license headers within each source file. You should also have a code of conduct that people can easily find with details about how to report incidents, along with the consequences of violating the code of conduct. Now, sometimes people who are new to implementing codes of conduct find it intimidating because they think it's something they need to write from scratch. So don't do that. I would encourage you to use something like the Contributor Covenant, which is pretty much the gold standard for codes of conduct right now. And it can be simply copied and added to your repository. Now, the bit that you do need to spend some time on is making sure that you have a plan for enforcing it. You'll need to nominate a couple of people who will be responsible for taking reports of violations and handling them responsibly. The Contributor Covenant page has more details and links to resources for learning about implementing and enforcing a code of conduct. Your contribution documents should provide enough details about the contribution process so that someone new to the project can make their very first contribution. This includes details about how to sign your contributor license agreement if you have one, or how to use the Developer Certificate of Origin or DCO process. If you have strong preferences about coding style, testing, documentation, or other requirements, this is a good opportunity to make sure that new contributors know these up front, which helps reduce the burden of trying to educate each individual contributor separately about your requirements while you're also trying to review their contributions. And you'll want to make sure that your contributors know what to expect and how to navigate the project when making contributions. The communication process should be clearly defined so that people know where and how to communicate within the project. Maybe you prefer mailing list discussions or Slack messages or issues or feature requests. And maybe you have separate communication channels for users and another one for developers. Make sure everyone understands how people within the project communicate with each other to avoid a frustrating experience, not just for new contributors, but also for your existing ones. Projects should also document the processes for reporting and responding to security issues. Projects that take a really proactive approach to addressing security issues and releasing fixes are much more likely to be secure. You could also be using some automated tools like Dependabot, just for example, to help identify when new versions of dependencies are available, which also helps keep on top of potential security issues. And while there are no guarantees and critical security issues can sort of pop up at any time, taking a proactive approach to security reduces the likelihood of having security issues that will be exploited later. The project should have a security.md file or another document with details about the process for reporting and responding to security concerns. At a minimum, you want to have a way for people to privately report security issues and have a few people who are designated to handle those issues. Large projects that are used by vendors within their commercial products should also have things like embargo lists, where you can provide them with private information to those vendors and give them some time to prepare their security fixes for their products in advance of the security issue becoming public, to help them avoid being exploited using your open source project when the issue does eventually become public. You should have some kind of documentation about your leadership. For small projects, you might just need a list of maintainers in your README file, or maybe owners or maintainers files that indicate which people are responsible for the various areas within your project. Defining the roles and responsibilities for contributors, reviewers, and maintainers is probably enough as a first step, which can then help you with recruiting new people into these roles. For bigger projects, you'll want to have more details about the specific roles and responsibilities for the different leadership roles, along with how others can then move into those leadership positions. You might have committees, working groups, special interest groups, or other groups that will eventually need leaders. And again, having all of this documented helps you recruit new leaders as you try to grow the project and need more people to share in the workload. There are quite a few different options for selecting leaders as part of defining your governance. And the ideal is to have a process that provides a fair and level playing field that defines how contributors can become leaders. This should be documented so that all participants can clearly understand the criteria and process for moving both into and then out of leadership positions. Most of the bigger projects like Kubernetes have an election process, at least for the top levels of leadership, like a steering committee. And at lower levels of leadership, many projects have a process where existing leaders then select new leaders. For example, new maintainers are often nominated by existing maintainers and approved after a certain number of maintainers agree, or sometimes it requires a vote by other maintainers or committee members. And there are a bunch of different options for selecting leaders, so I won't try to cover them all here, but there is an entire document devoted to these options available at the link on the bottom of the slide for more details. Your project governance should be designed to keep diversity, equity, and inclusion top of mind. Building a diverse community where all people feel welcome and included does not just happen. It requires putting work and thought into it. And when you're starting a project and thinking about governance, this is a good time to do this. I talked about codes of conduct earlier, and having a code of conduct that you actively enforce helps make sure that everyone feels safe and welcome within your community. Providing an environment where everyone, including people from marginalized populations, feels safe is the first step toward building a diverse community around your project. You should also look at whether you have a diverse set of people at every level within the project, but especially at leadership positions. And if not, come up with programs that help underrepresented folks get involved and then move up within your project. Ideally, having programs that provide people opportunities for shadowing, mentoring, and sponsoring new potential leaders can help you grow a diverse set of people into new leaders for your project. The Kubernetes Contributor Experience SIG is a great place to see an example of how to implement programs for things like shadowing and mentoring. Projects that make a concerted effort to bring in new people from a variety of backgrounds and have programs in place to then help them grow into leadership positions are more likely to benefit from increased innovation and have a healthier community. Diversity and inclusion can also be difficult to measure, and it often involves mostly a manual assessment. But we've defined some metrics within the CHAOSS Project's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Working Group that you should have a look at for ideas about measuring various aspects so that you can improve your project's diversity, equity, and inclusion. Governance is one of those things that is never really finished. We work in a space with constant change. The technologies change. Our strategies change. The way we work in a pandemic, for example, can completely change. Everything changes. And our governance needs to evolve right along with these changes. In particular, as open source projects become more mature and grow, what they need from governance will change dramatically. The governance processes that you need as a small project when you only have a couple of maintainers is likely to be insufficient if the project grows dramatically. So as your projects evolve, your governance should evolve right along with them. Now, before I wrap up the talk, let me leave you with a few resources that you might find useful. The To-Do group has a bunch of guides that have great information about creating and managing healthy projects, and many of them talk about various aspects of governance. The CNCF Contributor Strategy SIG has a governance working group with more details about what you need for governance and some options for leadership selection. The Open Source Way Guidebook is a fantastic resource that has an entire chapter on governance with loads of details. And these are all really great starting places for understanding how to govern your open source project. There are so many aspects of good governance for open source projects, and I only had time to talk in detail about a few of the ones that I think are the most important. But taking a step back and looking at the big picture, what I have on this slide is the common theme that drives why I think governance as a whole is so important. Governance provides a framework for setting expectations for roles, responsibilities, how people within your project should behave. By clearly documenting these expectations, you can reduce uncertainty and make it easier for people to participate in your project. The more you can do to help everyone participate in meaningful ways, the more welcome they'll feel within your open source community. With that, I will say thank you for coming to my talk, and I think we have a little time for questions. I can't hear you, Max.
Hopefully I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Okay, good. There's always some problem. Yes, thank you for that wonderful talk. Let's see, does anyone have a question? Put it into the chat, and there's a question tab also. Don't be shy. While people write their questions. I have a question because here at FOSS Backstage, we like to think of ourselves as non-code contributors to open source projects by doing what we do, and we've been trying to make improvements to our diversity and inclusivity, and I've been working on that. And one of the problems that I struggled with is the metrics, is finding ways to measure that and to know the right ways to do it and what to be looking for and things like that. I wonder if you have any thoughts or tips or advice for stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the non-code contributions are an incredibly important part of any open source project, right? So it's not just about writing the code. There's all this other stuff that has to happen along with it, just like any other project at any company. And it is harder to measure, primarily because a lot of that work actually happens outside of GitHub, which tends to be, or outside of your code repository or your issues, whatever you happen to use, which makes it a lot harder to track. Now, one of the ways that the Kubernetes project has addressed this is they really try to do most of the work through GitHub and using GitHub issues. So I was one of the organizers for the contributor summit, Kubernetes contributor summit. And one of the things that we did is we had GitHub project boards, we had issues for each of the individual, elements, and we would comment on them, we would keep those issues updated. And we also had, markdown files in the GitHub repository that had details about what we were doing to organize the contributor summit. Mm-hmm. So that gave us, legitimate ways to kind of measure that. And then, the other, I think maybe part of the other half of your question was how do you get more people involved? And one of the things that also within the Kubernetes community that they do is they have really good shadowing programs. What this means is that when I'm working in the contributor for the contributor summit, it's if I'm leading a section of it, I usually have a shadow who then helps me do some of the work under my leadership, with the idea that then that shadow, if they enjoyed that experience and it was a positive one and things worked really well, that they're likely to actually lead that component in the next round. So, so that actually works quite well. The Kubernetes community does that around a few issues. They do it for the release team as well, so that, you know, it's not the same set of people who are always involved in the release, which is kind of it's a daunting task and it's a lot of work. And it's, you know, to do that every single release is really hard. And so they have this really robust shadowing program where they have multiple shadows for every single role. And it's a really good way to mentor people into the community because they can help out, they can see what it's like, and, you know, then hopefully move into a leadership position later.
Great, that sounds really interesting. I have a question for you from the chat. It says, how can we best document ways to improve governance processes so that newcomers can truly understand the best ways to improve governance and processes too?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think that depends a lot on the size of the project. I think, you know, if you're kind of a smaller project and you don't have a lot of governance documentation, I think the first step is to actually beef up the governance documentation. You know, the other thing that you can do is you can have a group that's actually responsible for that. So, I mean, obviously the CNCF is a, you know, very large organization with loads of projects. And so you know, we have this contributor strategy SIG within the CNCF, and there's a governance working group. And so we help the CNCF come up with best practices, documentation, things like that. So you could do something similar for your project where you have a couple of people who are responsible for kind of maintaining the governance of the project. You know, a lot of projects, it's usually some like a steering committee or something like that maintains a lot of the governance documentation. So in those cases, it's a little harder to get new people involved. But, you know, in general, like having working groups and, you know, special interest groups focused on things like maintaining the governance, I think is a really good idea for projects. I mean, that's one of the things I think the Kubernetes community has done a really good job of is, you know, they have all of these different working groups and special interest groups that are involved in very different things. And so it's easy coming into the project to, you know, just find something that interests you and start going to their meetings, start, you know, watching their issues and PRs on GitHub, and you can really kind of see what's going on. But I do think the governance piece is a little bit harder because there are definitely some nuances associated with governance, and it's not easy to put together governance for a project. So it does take some work, usually from, you know, some more experienced people once the project gets to a certain size. But I think, you know, you can pull people in and have them help out. Maybe shadowing somebody would be a good opportunity for that as well. If you have somebody already working on overhauling some of the governance, I think that might be a good opportunity to get more people involved.
Okay, great. So we have time for another question. If anyone would like to ask one, type it in now. Okay, otherwise, thank you, Dawn, for a great talk and some great answers to those questions there. Yeah, it was really nice to have you here at FOSS Backstage.
Thank you so much. And I will go hang out in the breakout. So if you have questions, you want to chat with me, I'll hang out there for a while.
Okay, cool, great. So everyone go say hi to Dawn in the breakout room. Okay, we'll take a pause now before our next talk. Okay. Hello, and welcome back to the Prenzlauer Berg stage of FOSS Backstage on our first day here. We now have an exciting legal talk for you. I'm very happy to welcome Malcolm Bain, a partner at Across Legal, and Andrew Katz, a partner at Moorcrofts. They will be speaking about FOSS and public sector bodies. Let me bring them into the stream here. Hi, welcome. I will bring in your slides and then you're good to go.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Great. So legal, but not too legal. Let's say that this one actually is not about licenses. For once, it's not about licenses, or a little bit. We can't avoid that. Do you want me to kind of like present what we're going to do, Andrew, and then you take over, or?
Yeah, well, that would be great. If you want to, I was going to try to do everything I possibly could to avoid having to pronounce Sanfillo de Llobregat, but I've never just tried to pronounce it. So I will let you. Yeah, give us a little background about that. I'll talk about Croydon.
Okay. So what we're talking about actually is managing governance and issues and sustainability in open source projects which are run or initiated by the public administration. And I think most of us know about how it's run in the private sector or by individuals in universities. The public sector has some issues which make it a little bit more complex. It makes it more exciting because I think there's a greater achievement to be done there. But the public sector does have rules about how they can operate and how they can work. And these vary from country to country, which is why it's interesting to contrast my experience in Spain and Andrew's experience in the UK. Just to say, we are both lawyers. We're both, I would say, open source lawyers. We've been working in this sector now for way too long, as you can see. But it's one of my. I like working with open source because it's enjoyable, it's challenging, and there's always new things to do. And at the moment, I think public sector open source is one of the really areas where things are happening and things can happen better if we can achieve greater ways of freeing and using open source, public open source, and achieving sustainability in their in these projects. So basically, the presentation today is about two projects working on. Well, actually, I've got two, so it's three. It's two on my side, one on Andy's side, looking at how open source was approached by our respective clients in this respect. Two cities. This is why it's a tale of two cities. Sanfillo de Llobregat, I got that one right, on my side, and Croydon for Andy. Okay, so just very briefly, Sanfillo is a suburb of Barcelona, where I live. Barcelona is obviously very open source. It's got loads of projects. It's got an open technologies plan. It's got loads of stuff, and the cities around Barcelona are actually working in this ecosystem and building stuff and sharing things. It's also part of the province. The province has a regional government with a smart region initiative, which is fully open based. The people working on the smart region are very much in favor of open source. So we're in a context which is quite positive. It's a small town, not very many people, probably about 50,000 people in inhabitants. The IT department is very small. There are 8 people working there, but as I said, they're working towards this open administration. And in Spain, at least in Catalonia, open administration means digital, openly digital, digitally open. And I will be presenting a couple of projects we're working with to free the software and create some community around these projects. Over to you, Andrew.
Yeah, great, thanks. So if you ask people from Croydon about Croydon, they will say that Croydon is a small town in Surrey. If you actually look at reality, it's actually quite a large town that is really part of Greater London. It's in Greater London, and the council is actually quite a large council. It's unfortunately just become bankrupt, but anyway, that's another story that doesn't impinge on this particular tale at all. And it's got quite a large IT department in the council, and I'll talk a little bit more later about how this project actually developed. But they do quite a lot of their own internal development, and particularly web development. So the story that we're going to be talking about is really, how they've looked at that web development and decided that they can try to share code with some of the other councils. And there's now a total of about 10 councils involved in this project.
Okay, and that's actually one of the key differences, because most Spanish, at least the ones I know, IT departments in public sector are very, very few people, and they outsource and they subcontract nearly all the IT development. So this is basically for labor reasons, for finance, budgeting. Croydon going bust. Sanfilia is not quite going bust yet, but it could be happening. Okay, so let's have a look at. I'll explain the projects I'm looking at, and then Andy will explain his, and we'll come together again, explaining a little bit what we think the issues are, what the challenges are, what some good practices are. Okay, so in Sanfilia, there's really two projects, totally different. GD Matrix is a really fairly old project. It started in 2011. It's very mature. It's gone through various cycles. It's been built for Sanfilia under several public contracts. It's very complex. It's a case management information flow software for managing, public files, cases in the public administration. So it's one of the core elements of their infrastructure. It has obviously a public-facing interface, so people can upload their own files, whatever, with authenticity and all that type of thing. So it's quite complex. It's as I said, it was built from 2011 onwards, so quite 10 years old now. And I wouldn't care to say how many lines of code. What's important is how it was built. So it actually built under public bid by a private company, as I said, and it's actually been the same company over the years. They've had new bids. They've had different people try to come in and work with the code and be the supplier. But in the end, the same company's managed, probably due to its advantage in knowing the code and costs savings, to stay there. So that's been good in terms of continuity, bad in terms of spreading the news and spreading the knowledge about this code. Okay, so it's very centralized. It's managed by one project manager in the municipality. And it was built as code for Sanfilia. Okay, so it wasn't actually kind of built to be freed as some projects, as the next project is about. So it wasn't necessarily built in an open source manner with open source methodologies and modular and iterative and in a more agile way. So it's more monolithic, old style, but freeable. That's one of the issues we had to look at, was do the IP clearance and to see who owns the code and how. But because this has been managed quite strictly, in fact, it was not too difficult. Brain for IT is a totally different project, totally different stage. It's about a year old. It's the brainchild of a single member of the IT department, the project manager, who did it as a separate independent project, working on AI, which this is about a year and a half ago, so the fashion these days. And looking at AI and how that can be used as a framework for supporting certain municipal services. So it's fresh, new. It was built to be opened, because this is the project manager who is sponsoring the concept of doing open source at Sanfilia. And so it's built on GitHub, actually closed GitHub for the beginning because he's a public sector official. So he can't open up the code until he's authorized to do so. But it was built to be open, which changes enormously how it's built from a technical point of view, the infrastructure, where it's built, because basically freeing it would basically be putting a license on and clicking GitHub to make it an open repository, whereas the other one needs a huge amount of grooming. Okay, turn the page and let's see what happens. So as I said, this is totally two different stories of how the code got to this situation that we want to free it. Okay, the mandate is actually a really good mandate, because both the political people in the council are in favor of this, the technical people are in favor, even the legal department's in favor, which is always very positive. So everybody's behind this, but we had to look at it from two very different perspectives. The one interesting thing about GD Matrix is that it had already been shared with other municipalities under kind of public to public agreements. Private, internal agreements, let's say, where you say we will share the code with you and for free, because that's what the law says we must do. But there's no open source community feeling about it. So there's no quid pro quo, your contributions, my contributions, centralized management, single backlog, prioritization of issues. Nothing of that sort. It's just, we have this code. If you want to use it, you can borrow it, and here it is. You can use it. Okay, so that there is a beginning of a community there, because we have 7 or 8, I think it's more now, cities which are using this code, but just not in any collaborative manner. Well, specifically open source collaborative manner. Okay, so that's happening. Brave for IT hasn't been shared with anybody. It's just an in-house seed of a project, and that one I think is going to be much easier, and we're going to get some traction quite quickly on that. So the mission I came in on is, one, IP clearance, make sure that we have the IP rights to be able to free this, old code where it comes from, and this new code, and who owns it. That was the easy bit in legal terms. But the second half was, and how do we free it? I would say properly, but at least in a manner that we can guarantee or get the benefits of open source, and not just have to throw more money at the code from us as owners of the code, and just hope that somewhere out there someone will use it and maybe give us something back. Okay, so it's a concept of building community, but a little bit top down, because the code's there, it's been seeded, it's been put out there. We've got some collaborators, but we haven't really built any community dynamics. Okay, so it's quite difficult to kickstart or cold start community dynamics when we don't really have those community dynamics yet. Okay, Andy, do you want to go next? Okay, so the issues are here, and this is where I'm stopping handing over to issues, is the status of what we looked at. Okay, so we had two different projects. We need to look at them both in a very different manner. So there's no one size fits all. That's an important first learning. Well, everybody agreed that we don't need to set up a foundation and an institute, a public body. I mean, not another public body, please. There are loads of umbrella organizations like the region government. There are inter-administrative IT support bodies which help as well. So there's actually an entity set up here in Catalonia whose mission is to provide IT support and centralize IT digital transformation for the small municipalities who cannot afford it. Okay, so there's loads of, if we needed in a body, it could be there. But in the end, we said, well, we're doing this ourselves for the moment, so let's do it ourselves and see how we can go there. So no body. Okay, no. Okay, on the IP front, once we've done the clearance, it was important to say, keep it simple, keep it clean. Let's not have complications with special agreements with special parties, and this is your code, my code. No, let's really try and adopt an open source method here, where with a part of what's called a social contract is that if you're going to contribute, you contribute under this license. The other cities retain ownership and the right IP rights, but you use the project license. Okay, and I think the final point is goes together is the management and the sustainability. Is although the public sector may not seem to be very much an economic entity because they've got public money. In fact, they are. They are very, very close to their money because they have very little amounts of money. At least in Spain, we have very little amounts of money in the public sector, and it has to be very, very carefully managed. That there's a value for money type of deal in going open source. Is that we get more out of this than we're going to have to put in. So how can we set up so that we've got this win-win for everybody? The Sant Feliu's obviously had put the most in at the moment because they had invested in the building. So for everybody else, it was an easy one. We've got code. Thanks very much. Open source code. We can use it. The important thing is getting a dynamic so that actually those people give back, and the costs are shared. Okay, in the evolution, and that was very important in terms of the political decision of, yes, we go open source. It's not going to be a burden for us. It's going to be a win. And how do we set up the structures for the win? Okay, so that was basically the challenge is from these old projects. Well, I think the young project is going to be very easy. Historically, everything got to stop because on the 20th of February last year, we had COVID in Spain, we had lockdown, so nothing really happened after that. And all the IT departments got really busy setting up people from home. Okay, so these had a 1 year of freeze since the last thing. Okay, so that's where we are. And over to you, Andrew, just to compare what happened in Croydon.
Yeah, super. Okay, so this is just some of the councils that are involved. Let's say we're up to about 10 councils in total, but it's primarily being driven by Croydon and Brighton, and then Bracknell Forest and Oxford are also involved. And then there's other councils involved further along the line, and also a couple of agencies in there, DXW and Agile Collective, who are sort of both helping on the technical side of things. So how did this start? Well, there was a £75,000 local government award, which was available to councils that wanted to try to do innovative things in digital. And this was applied for towards the end of 2019. And then in 2020, Croydon and 3 other councils won the award, and they started this project. And the first thing to do was really, they wanted to work out how to share code for their websites, and they're all using Drupal. So, this seemed to be a sort of pretty simple, sort of lightweight proof of concept to see how this might work. So they went into a discovery phase, asking other councils what they were doing, and trying to find out the differences between the councils, what particular characteristics they had, what their approaches might be, what their blockers are, and we'll talk about those a little bit later. And then as a result of that, they decided to form a coding club, and it was really all about sharing code. What they didn't want to do is to set up an organization that was going to provide local government website services as a service. It was very much at the developer end of things, trying to work out how to share code to make everything operate more efficiently. And they basically, as in parallel with some of the criteria that Malcolm was talking about, they really wanted it to be as lightweight and simple as possible. So first of all, they went into a discovery phase, and this is an example of remember the days when people used to sit around tables and talk to each other? Well, we managed that for about 2 weeks before we got locked down. But then, because we were operating in a sort of agile type fashion anyway, most of these people are developers, so they're used to operating in an agile fashion. And actually, from my personal perspective, it's the first time that I've been embedded in a team that was being managed in an agile fashion, and it was a real eye opener. And the timing couldn't have been better, because when we went into lockdown, we transferred a lot of that sort of activity using tools like Slack, for example, into the way that we run our business as well. Anyway, that's another story. As a result of the discovery phase, we really went through these. We discovered these particular characteristics. I'm not going to go into them in detail, but obviously, councils have a lot of things in common. They continuously want to improve their websites, and even though councils can vary very differently in terms of the size and the sort of populations they serve, some of them may be in the countryside, some of them may be in urban areas. There's still a lot of things that they have to do that are in common. So it seems like a sort of a natural fit for some sort of sharing. But part of the issue is that at different levels within the council, so different levels of management doesn't necessarily quite get how code sharing might operate. They don't understand open source, they don't understand agile methodology in the same way as all the people that I was talking to. And one of the things that I found really heartening was that, these developers, they really understand agile, they understand open source, they understand the licensing behind it, and they realize that, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, one of the challenges is really trying to sell these ideas to management further up within the council, so that they can people at all levels can buy into the idea. But fundamentally, this was intended to be a proof of concept, and if it works, the idea, and it has worked, and then the idea is to expand this into different areas as well. So in common with what Malcolm was saying, we decided there was no need for a formal incorporated body of any sort. We thought we'd agree on a very lightweight documentation. So we have a memorandum of understanding, it's only 4 pages long. We appreciate that licensing models are complicated, and we're not going to talk about licensing now. In this particular case, we just decided to go for GPL because Drupal is GPL, and everything you plug into Drupal is probably going to be GPL as well. So, don't think about it too hard, just go for GPL. And it needs to be, the concept needs to be easy to sell within the hierarchy of the council. It needs to be easy to sell to the management. I mean, the advantages which were sort of obvious to us and maybe not quite so obvious to management were things like, we're not reinventing the wheel. So there's piece of code can be reused everywhere. That's really the fundamental point behind this. But it means that once this code has been shared, there's less lock-in because you're not tied to one particular proprietary provider of a platform. But we figured out that it's still possible for a commercial ecosystem to develop. I mean, you have councils like Croydon who have the in-house capability to be able to develop their own code. But then you have other councils, and these are some of the other councils sort of that are joining now, who are much smaller, who maybe only have a couple of people in their tech department, and who aren't able to do that. So they're really going to want to outsource, but not necessarily to an organization that is just providing a one-stop service. They want to take advantage of the cost savings, etc., that you get here as well. So we believe that this sort of ecosystem will develop in the future. And certainly the developers like working in open source software. They like agile methodologies, they like the community, etc., etc. So that was a positive for us as well. We've got some figures on cost saving, which if we've got time, I'll share with you. But there's a perception in cost saving. The reason there's an exclamation mark is that a lot of people are trying to say open source isn't about cost saving; it's more about other advantages as well. But for councils where you're talking about public money, cost saving is important. And speed of deployment, you can roll that out quickly as well. Malcolm, I don't know whether your discussions that you had with your projects had a sort of similar list. Yeah.
Sorry.
Great.
So did you ask something?
Yeah, sure. No, I was just wondering whether those sort of perceived advantages were similar to the advantages that you perceived as well.
Very much so. Except that, don't forget, that in our case, we had very few developers because the developers are all outsourced. So the people who are managing this actually were the project managers, who are the and systems admin, who are in the administration, and then the political levels and the legal department. So it was a very much more top-down approach in that sense. The actual people building it, the developers were not so keen because they were coming from a private company and they had this specific leverage they had for their code. But the code was owned by the public administration, so they had no say in that matter. But yes, those arguments, the less lock-in, the cost savings, were all seen as big arguments in favor of freeing this and building the community. Yes.
Yeah, great. And we were concerned there were some possible problems as well. And I'm not going to go into these in depth, but there is a perception that open source software isn't necessarily as turnkey ready as proprietary software is, and also because you're not necessarily dealing with a commercial organization, it means that the legal department gets a bit uncomfortable about it. So possible blockers are what the legal department's going to say, what management is going to say. So we've tried to present everything in a way that basically said this is going to be as low friction as possible. It's just a proof of concept at the moment. If it doesn't work, it's not going to be a big. You will just have learned something, but it's not. We've not committed ourselves to something huge. And I think that was something that made it a lot easier for organisations to other councils to get involved as well.
Yeah. I hear the pain, in fact, in one of these when it's the perception that you have to do more yourself, because obviously the council that was just running its own software passes from running its own software and managing an open source community. And because obviously the council was going to be the leader, at least for the first stage, of the community, committing resources to building the community, and they said, well, we've hardly got the bandwidth today to run our systems. How are we going to find the time and the money and the staff and the skills? Because obviously running a community is very different from running an open source, running a project, a public sector project. So that was probably one of the biggest tasks, is saying, well, how can we do this so that we get time freed up so that we can actually build community, run some events, do some mailings, do everything else that's happens in a community.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Okay, so looking at governance here, so this is as I say, a work in progress because things were put a little bit on hold. Similar a little bit to the MOU that Memorandum of Understanding, that Andy mentioned. What the Spanish public system works on the basis of agreements and formal documents. And this is something that if you want to dedicate staff, resources, money to a project, there has to be some form of cover, legal, contractual, administrative cover for this, a project that's set up for this. Okay, if you want to collaborate, although the law actually says you don't need to have an agreement, the way they've collaborated for the last 150 years is through agreements. So just getting this through the legal department was easier if we said, let's do an umbrella agreement, very much in line with Andy's MOU, but much more detailed because it's public sector. You've got 3 or 4 lawyers looking at it, and they all want to add in their own little bit of redlining. Okay, but the content of this, which is a draft, it's on the table and being discussed, is what Andrew's probably going to mention actually in his MOU, is a question of who we are, what we're doing, how to join the boat, how to come and leave, what commitments can be made. And we can talk a little bit more about that. If there's a binding commitment to say, well, if you're joining, look, put up 5,000 euros, and that goes into a pool, and that money will be used for the backlog and the top priorities in the next iteration of the project. At the moment, it's easier to sign an administrative agreement if there's no money involved. So at the moment, there's no provision for economics, but there is provision, which is more important, for governance to see how that works. Okay, so setting up some committees in terms of who's the project owner, user committee, technical committee. It gets heavyweight. If anybody looking at it, you seem to be jump-starting a tiny project to something like Apache Castle. Yeah. But that's the way the public administration works here, and they understand committees. They can actually work with committees. They have minutes. Things happen once you've got the minutes and the agenda and everything. I don't think the projects we're working in would work on how Andy's, this kind of like informal code sharing is not in the culture of the administration. It's in the culture of the developers who are actually doing it, but it's not in the culture of the people who are pushing a little bit more top down this project. Okay, and then the other thing is setting up the community tools. So GitHub offers a lot, but there's more than that. So identifying what's the community dynamics and how to get people on board for that. That was important. And Brain for IT is very much very, very simple mapping a private sector project. Just put it on GitHub. Let's get some talks. Let's have some jam sessions, Hackfest, a meetup or whatever. There's no urgent priority to get that working. Well, there is now, but in terms of technology. But so the more important, I think, more interesting is the other one, is the GD matrix and how that was looked at. How does that compare with you, Andy?
Yeah, I think it's really in terms of the ability for these organizations to be able to operate on an informal basis. And as you said, we had a sort of memorandum of understanding. This is only 4 pages long, and there's a link to it if you want to have a look at it later. But there's a list here of the sort of the headings that we covered. The most important words in the whole thing are at the bottom in red. This agreement is non-binding. So that basically gave people an excuse not to show this thing to their legal departments, which so there's a sort of culture of ask for forgiveness rather than permission. Just go ahead and do something, and then if somebody tells you off, then you say, I'm sorry, I realized I shouldn't have done that. So this was the idea was that this really was the sort of most lightweight possible way of arranging this relationship. And so the final, I'm not going to go through these categories. The last one is finance. I mean, there's nothing in there about finance. Nobody has to make any financial commitment. And as soon as you've got a situation where you don't have to have any budget sign off, then suddenly it becomes a lot more straightforward. So it was sort of semi-done under the radar. And the more successful the project became, the more that people admitted that they were actually being involved in it. So it was based on a set of values. This is actually part of the MOU, but it's also based on something called the Local Digital Declaration, which is something that has been that a lot of local authorities and other government entities have signed up to. It's very much a sort of open source methodology list of the sort of values that you would apply. And some people said very nice things about the memorandum of understanding. So where are we with this now? Well, it was deployed in December. We reckon that all of the councils involved, on an average of 5 microsites, are going to save something like £117,000 for the development costs. That's €133,000. So across England, we could save millions of pounds really by using this sort of structure. and this is an example of just one of the websites that's using it at the moment. So the sort of thing that you need to do if you interact with your council, you need to pay for things. You might have to pay your taxes. You might have to find things like where you can find a recycling bank or where you can find a library or something. You might have to apply for various permits and things. And then if there are problems like potholes in the road, you need a mechanism for reporting them. So I'm very conscious that we're running very, very short of time here. So Malcolm, I don't know if there's anything you want to sort of talk about.
Yeah,
implementation.
one final point, because I think we've only got a couple of minutes. I think there's a major difference between what you've talked about and what I've talked about in terms of you're very much bottom up, build a team, and as you say, ask for forgiveness. Mine's top down because it's been driven from the top. And in fact, I have kind of. It's a pity that we couldn't also do both and get the developers together and have some, pizza parties and get people interested through the bottom. I think that would be definitely the route next time. I think the pros and cons of both methods. And as is from our side, I think the formal justification of getting freeing this is important. That's why I think we formalized it a bit more than what you're saying. But again, it's embedded in our culture here. And that'll be very different in France, Germany, Italy, whatever, I imagine. So and regionally. So, and the other thing is we do have the benefit of Barcelona. I mean, Barcelona is really a driving force for open source in the area, and having a big sister doing all that, it's fantastic because it's a Me Too type thing. Well, the positive Me Too of things. Anyway, that's I think the final comment is and if there is a leader, let's follow the way and take advantage of those, piggybacking a little on that.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent. And there's some links. And we also have a nice mission patch as well. This is for the beta plan. So
okay, I'll be recommending your Drupal for Saint Filiu as well. We can be member of your community. You have to have a Catalan version.
Yeah, definitely. Right, fantastic.
Okay. I think
we have
that's
time
it.
for any questions.
I don't know how we get questions, Max.
Yeah, hi there. Thank you for that. That was wonderful. Some really interesting points up there. So we have had a lot of people in the chat talking. It seems like you've sparked some good discussion there. And I have a question, which is, are the memorandums of understandings public and reusable?
Yeah, there's a link there. So follow that and do whatever you want with it.
Okay. Easy.
You can have a Catalan version of my one as well.
Yeah.
Good. So if anyone else would like to ask a question, now is the time. We also have breakout rooms as well after each session where you can get together and discuss the topics further. So if people want to save their questions for there, they can do, and then get to the breakout room after this. But if we don't have any questions right now, I just want to say, thank you again for this great talk. Thanks for being part of FOSS Backstage.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
See you next
See you
time.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye-bye
Thank
then.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I was muted. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Max, and welcome. It's great to see you today. I have the honor of introducing Miguel Diez Blanco, who is the head of the Open Source Program Office at the European Commission at DIGIT. So looking forward to what he has to say today. It's going to be around a 20-minute talk followed by questions and answers. Please ask your questions in the chat and I will read them out afterwards. And I think that's it. Miguel, take it away.
Yeah, thanks. And I was a bit concerned at the beginning because I couldn't hear you. And I thought something was going wrong with with me, but then you were muted. So
I can't hear anything, but I hope what you said is great. I'm going to turn off my headphones. They're not working.
Do you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, let me just share my screen. Just a minute. And you tell me if you see it.
I can see it. All good.
You see it?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, well, yeah, thanks for having me. It's very good, yeah, to have the opportunity to explain what we are doing at European Commission. My name is Miguel Diez. I work at Diez in the European Commission, which is basically, for the ones who know, is European Commission is organizing different directorates, and I work in the one which is responsible for informatics, the Diez. And yeah, what I plan to do in the next minutes is just to give you an overview of first the open source strategy, which was released in October last year. And then I will explain some of the things we are doing right now related to open source. So regarding the strategy, as I said before, it's public. You can check it out if you want. And there is the link afterwards in the final slide. It was released in October last year, and it's not, in fact, the first strategy that we released. It's in fact the 5th iteration of previous ones that initially they were local, let's say, to our directorate in Diez. Since we were in contact with open source in year 2000, we have been producing different strategies that were evolving with our expertise. As until last year when we did this final one, which is different than the previous ones, because the previous one, as I said, it was for us. It was a document just for Diez to organize ourselves, to have our own strategy. But this one, it's a strategy that involves the whole commission. So with this strategy, the whole commission is adopting a position towards open source that was not formalized before, and which is a big change. And we like to apply this motto, think open, because that's what we are trying to achieve. It's to change the culture within commission, which in fact was already happening. We will get into details later, but to have it in this formalized in a strategy involving the entire commission is a huge step for us, and we are very proud of it. The strategy comes with an action plan. It's 10 actions. I will not go through all of them because that will take a lot of time, but I will focus on the ones that I believe are more relevant and the ones we are working on right now. And the first one, and this is something we see happening more and more often in the public environment, is the creation of an open source program office. Probably in the private environment, that was happening already a few years ago, but in the public environment, that was not happening as often. We see now that more and more different organizations, they are having this body within the organization. And in our case, yes, that's the first action. We did it together with the strategy in October. And for an OSPO, there are different definitions, but in our case, our mission, what we try to do, at least in this first stage, is first of all to promote open source practices within commission, provide support and guidance to the open source projects, and as well to those projects that want to become open source. We represent as well commission in open source events like this one. And we try to do networking also. We are in contact with other OSPOs. And finally, of course, this action plan that I mentioned before, we are the responsibles to make sure it's happening. So now thinking more about this action plan, I will explain some of them. I explained the creation of the OSPO already. The action number 2 is what we call inner source as default. So applying open source within commission. And we like this picture because it's basically about breaking silos. It's about sharing the code that we do, making it open, accessible to other teams so that they can benefit from the code that we produce. You have to know that commission is very big. We are more than 30,000 staff members, and that's without considering the consultants. And in every DG, we produce a lot of applications. We produce a lot of code. We were checking in our Git repository a couple of weeks ago, and we had at least more than 1,500 projects, IT projects, maybe it's even more. And we learned that not all of them are open. Not all of them, the code is accessible to the other teams. And in fact, when we checked, we only could see 10% of these 1,500 projects, which means that we have a lot of code. We have a lot of software that is not being seen by other teams. And this is a pity. We cannot capitalize on the things we do. We might be doing things twice. We cannot contribute, and that's not good for the organization. So what we are trying to do now in our Git repository is to make sure that for every new project, when you start with developing code, by default, your code will be visible to the other teams. And we do not expect that by that people are going to start doing pull requests all of a sudden, but at least it's the first step to make this switch that I was mentioning before, this think open that we want and about sharing. So that's an interesting action. Action 3, if before I was talking about inner source, so working or adopting open source internally, this is more about our presence outside commission. We do have currently projects that are open source that are available in GitHub, but they are isolated cases, and we do not have an official European Commission account where we as a block, we are present in GitLab, in GitHub. And we see that other governmental organizations like NASA or the European Space Agency, they are already there, and we should be there as well. We should have our own presence in GitHub and have contributions from the open source communities in an structured way. So as part of this action, the OSPO is in contact with the technical teams in charge of our Git repositories to make sure that we go out there with our open source projects in an official and organized way. So that's something we are working on as well. Then action 4, this is about changing the way we distribute our software. What you see in this screen is something that we call a commission decision. It's a document that development teams in commission, they have to produce if they want to go open source. They have to draft a cover note, they have to write this document, then they have to have it approved, then there is an inter-service consultation, and if everything is fine and if everybody agrees, then this development team, they can go outside, they can put their code outside as open source. As you can see, it's a heavy process, and when we see that development teams, they have to do that in order to get their code as open, we see that this is very discouraging. And so the OSPO, we are working with other teams in commission to change that process, and that instead of having to do all these administrative paperwork, if a development team, they want to go open source and put their code in GitHub, by default, they can do it. It's not necessary to do this paperwork. And we hope that by that, teams, they are a bit, they feel relieved and they can go easily to put their code, because we know that we have this willingness to do that, but these administrative steps, we know that they are discouraging certain teams to do so. So we hope that by changing these rules, we will invite our teams to more and more contribute, to put their code in the different Git repositories, and being part of the community. Now, another action, we call it the Open Source Innovation Labs. This is something else we are working on. It's about setting up a control environment and protected where we can test open source products with the aim of finally adopting them in our app store, in our set of tools that we use every day. And before Christmas, we were asking all the different DGs in commission, okay, we are launching this. Do you have any ideas? What products would you like to test? And it was very surprising to see the amount of responses that we got of people proposing ideas, open source products that go from artificial intelligence to desktop solutions. Please test this. This is a good thing, please. And we were very pleased to have this amount. Now we have a nice problem, which is to decide what we do first. But getting back again to what I was saying, that commission is already changing the mood. That's already a good sign that the strategy that we are coming, it's good. It's a way to officialize, but we already noticed that there is a trend already in commission to look more into open source and adopt open source practices. So we hope that with these innovation labs, we do interesting discoveries, and eventually that they fulfill cases where we need these products. Okay, next action. This is about outreach to community, so getting closer to open source communities. I have divided it into 4 sub-actions, and this is something we are doing as part of the ICE Squared program. Maybe some of you know, ICE Squared is a program that is running for many years that tends to promote interoperability and reusability across the EU in public services. And with these funds that we have received with ICE Squared, we are doing these 4 sub-actions. And the first one that we are doing is launching a study about the funding mechanisms existing in Europe. Of course, we know that they are open source funds, like the Apache Foundation, Linux Foundation, but we want to know whether there are still open source communities that they are not being helped enough despite having these funds available. We want to know what is out there. We want to know if there are any gaps, if there are any communities that they need extra help financially, or maybe not financially, but just support, communication, security. And we would like to have this picture of how well served is the open source community in terms of funding, because who knows, maybe once we see this study and we see these gaps, we can say, hey, maybe commission, they can do something. Maybe there is a particular area where we could have, I don't know, European open source fund that maybe could tackle those cases that currently are missed. We are very interested to know what this study will tell us. And eventually what we want is to avoid things like what you see in the picture in this image, where it reminds me a lot of the Heartbleed attack that happened a few years ago, where you have the entire internet using the OpenSSL library. Who knows how many people were behind that library? Maybe if that component would have been better supported, maybe we wouldn't have had the losses, the millions of euros of losses that we had. So we are really interested to know what this study is giving us and whether we can help once we know how the landscape looks like. Still with the ICE Square program, what we are doing, the second sub-initiative, it's European open source inventory. And maybe inventory is a big word because, of course, we don't think we are going to cover all the public institutions in Europe, but we want to know across Europe, across the EU, from all the different public administrations which open source products they are using, with the ultimate goal of knowing which are the most critical ones, the ones that are more heavily used, and eventually see whether we can as well help those products, maybe running bug bounties to make them more secure, or maybe with some funding. The idea is again to sustain these products that they are giving already a service, and see whether eventually Commission could help. So we are running this study with an external firm. They are helping us. They are surveying the different public administrations in Europe at different levels. They are talking to cities, they are talking to regions, to national governments, and they are asking them, okay, which open source tools are you using, and what is the criticality? How often do you use them? For what purposes? And yeah, looking forward to see what it comes out of it. And I take the opportunity for the attendees, the people listening to this, that if you are working for a European institution and you would like to be part of this study, please get in touch with us. At the end of the slide, you will see our contact details. If you think that this institution is using open source and you would like this open source to be in our inventory for potential improvements, help that we could give, please get in touch with us. So moving on, I'm now, going to the third sub-action of this action number 7. We are running also bug bounties currently. We are, before Christmas, we talked to certain public institutions and we asked them, okay, which are the products that you are using open source that you think would benefit from a bug bounty? And we came up with these 3, Moodle, Element, and Zimbra. And we are currently, the 3 of them, they are going through a bug bounty process. There is an army of ethical hackers going through them and raising vulnerabilities. It's going very well. We are very happy with the way it's going. And we hope that with this initiative, we are helping these 3 solutions to become better, to become more secure, and to give, at the end, this ultimate service that we give to European public services. And the last sub-action of this action 7 is hackathons. This is something we already did in the past with a project that some of you might know. It was called FOSS 2. It was very successful. We were doing bug bounties as well at that time, and we were doing hackathons. Of course, they were physical hackathons at that time. Now it will be virtual, but yes, that's we are planning to do 2 of them during the first half of 2021. We have a pretty clear ideas of what we want to do. It will be published soon, and again, the aim of this action 7, as the other 3 sub-actions before, is just to get again in contact with open source communities, bring them together, share knowledge, share experiences, and overall, help the community. So this action 7 was a bit longer, and we do have more. As you saw in the action plan, we had 10 actions. Some of them involve our governance procedures, like consider open source when we evaluate projects. Others, it's about communication plans that we are doing inside Commission to promote open source. We are also working on trainings for our staff to get more acquainted to open source. We are also in the HR part. At some point we will get at the recruiting profiles to see whether we can include also the open source dimension when we are for selection criteria. So as you can see, we are very busy, and we are very exciting anyway. We are very happy. And at the end, as I said, the ultimate goal is to change the mentality of Commission. I forgot to say that it's something that it's an internal strategy. It's something that we do for the organization. I say that because at the beginning, when the strategy was released, some people thought, okay, you are doing something for the EU, you are promoting something. And no, for the moment, it's just a strategy for us, for the organization to change our culture and to embrace ultimately open source, both in terms of practices, mentality, and as well as tools. So that's all I wanted to talk about. In case you have questions, you can reach us in this email address, digit-ospo. And if you are interested in the strategy, you have the link as well over there. So, well, thank you very much for your time. I hope I gave you a nice overview of what we are doing. And if you have questions, please feel free to shoot. Thank you very much for your time.
That was awesome. Thank you. Questions should be coming in soon. Hopefully, there's been no questions yet, but I think that's maybe because people are writing them. Personally, I think that's awesome. I really appreciated the work that you're doing. I think that's a really great inner strategy session.
Mhm.
I have a couple of questions while we're waiting for people to send them in.
Okay.
My first question is, Innovation Lab sounds awesome. That seems really cool that you're testing these things and trying to see, what's good and what can be used by the EC. Is there any plans to release the output of the Innovations Labs, of how that testing process went?
Well, actually, it was not initially planned to release it because we thought, indeed, in terms of internal strategy. So it was not the initial idea, but I think we will see if it's something we didn't check. Maybe there's no problem in sharing what we are using. In fact, there's no secret to say that we already have in our App Store things like LibreOffice, like Firefox. So I think it should not be an issue to say afterwards, look, we are adding Element or Moodle or yeah. So in theory, I don't think it should be an issue.
Excellent. I love that. Okay, first question in the question tab. When you allow going open source as default and got rid of the process, how do you ensure that the projects conform with licenses and export laws? Do you leave it to the developers?
That's a good question, because I forget to say that indeed we are removing these legal these administrative steps, but there is a step that will stay there, which is this intellectual property checks that the Joint Research Center is doing. So we are helping the development teams. They will not have to do that paperwork. That's good. But we will not, we will continue doing, of course, the intellectual property checks. So that will stay continuing as a control. But at least the development teams, they will not have to write those, allow me to say, boring documents.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that work on behalf of all developers everywhere. So still waiting for another question. I have more questions. You mentioned bringing some stuff internally and mentioned trying to give back by maybe opening up a European Commission fund. I love that idea. That's awesome. What are you doing to help make sure that people on European Commission time are actually able to collaborate effectively with projects that aren't under the European Commission banner?
Yeah, that's something we have asked ourselves, and it's a tricky point that we have not found the answer yet, because we are a public institution. Okay, so we use taxpayers' money, and that translates into projects with a limited budget. You have a project manager in commission. I have my budget. I need to deliver. So when you will have a developer saying, "Look, I want Friday's afternoon to contribute to other projects," the manager will say, "Okay, how do we do this? Because I need to justify your time. We are using public money." So who knows? Maybe it's maybe we have a clause that says if it's something incidentally, an incidental contribution, that's allowed. You don't even need to check to your line manager. We're still working on that, but it's a good point, because we ourselves, we are trying to find the answer to that.
Excellent. Still waiting for more questions. It looks like it's just me being able to ask all the questions I want to ask, which is kind of fun. Still 5 minutes left if anyone is curious. You mentioned at the beginning OSPOs. What are you doing to make sure you collaborate with other OSPOs or OSPO organizations?
Yeah, well, we attend to international events, open source events, but also with Open Forum Europe, we are in contact with them, and they put us in contact with other OSPOs, which is very interesting. We learn a lot from them, like the OSPO in the Ministry of Technology in Israel. They are very advanced, and it's very amazing to see what they are doing. Vice versa, United Nations, they are looking at us because they want to know what we have done. So it's basically, yes, we are keeping this network thanks to being involved with other organizations. But now we are planning also to start leading ourselves workshops with that we can organize ourselves, and we will start being active as well and proactive and contacting different organizations, and to establish some regular meetings as well to catch up and to share knowledge.
I'm excited about that too. I want to get involved somehow. Although I'm not European, so maybe I can't. Which actually reminds me of my next question, because again, I'm still waiting for more questions. If anyone has any, please feel free. I know there's some European commissioners, not all of them, but there's definitely a movement of digital sovereignty, the idea that code in the EU should stay in the EU. How is this internal plan deal with that sort of thing?
Well, it's linked. There is obvious link. Things, as you said, digital sovereignty is one of the objectives, and it was mentioned by von der Leyen several times in her speeches. So, and open source, we see that as an enabler to that. So, we basically, and even in fact now, when we are asked for open source products in the case of the Innovation Lab, some of them, they were asking for a secure email solution because they don't want to use another product. So yes, it's very interlinked. We consider that as an enabler, and that of course is in our, let's say, things to keep in mind when having our role in the OSPO.
Excellent. Good answer. So I have a question here. If Paris gives 2 hours to your code, can you give 2 hours to Paris? Can we create a time exchange?
Good idea. That so you mean the city of Paris?
Assumedly, it's probably Philippe Ray, but I'm not sure.
But why not? That could be a kind of arrangement that we could do between institutions to have like envelopes of hours that we could exchange to contribute to to different projects. Why not? That would be an interesting exchange.
I like that idea too. It wasn't Philippe Ray, it was Jacob Green. But you should contact Philippe. But yep, you know him.
Yes.
All right, so it's 1 minute left. I want to let listeners know that they can still ask questions. There's one more question to jump in. We will have a space after this call, I believe, with the Big Blue Button link to go forth and chat further if you want, directly with Miguel. Max, I don't know if I have that link. Miguel, do you have it?
I don't, Richard. I don't find that. You mean to this room where we can go now?
Yeah, the breakout rooms.
I don't have it.
You can find access to the breakout rooms on the left-hand tab of the main page. So you can see the stages, and underneath there's rooms, and you can get there through the breakout room.
Thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Max.
No problem.
All right, Miguel, I haven't seen another question, so I think that's it for now. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to see this be presented. I'm really excited about this work.
Thanks awesome. A lot. Thanks for having me, Richard. Thanks a lot.
Yep. All right. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Very excited to have you here for the culture of open source between institutions with some amazing panelists. Should be a good chat. First off, I have the honor of sharing this session, I suppose, and facilitating it. So my name is Richard Littauer. I'm here on behalf of Moss Labs and Sustain and my own many, many different hats, which is very exciting. And what I've been doing for the past few years really is trying to build networks of people in open source program offices, largely with Moss Labs through this thing called OSPO++, which is a network of institutions globally where people collaborate together at universities, NGOs, cities, governments, and the like. So we have some people here from open source program offices at institutions like those to talk about how the culture of open source works at those offices. This is really exciting. It's for the time for OSPOs in general, especially because of the EC Commission's report recently, where they're calling for 20 OSPOs being made. We're seeing an explosion of OSPOs in general. So I hope that we can learn a bit more about what they are and how they function and how to make sure that they follow the spirit of open source in this call. So to introduce our experts, we're going to, after this short introduction, talk about what you do and what OSPOs mean to you, basically. But for now, for each of you, could you please state your name, your pronouns if you could, where you are geolocationally, and what institution you are calling from or represent most normally. So, Kat Allman, you smiled the largest. Would you like to go first?
Sure, no problem. Hi, everyone. I'm Kat Allman. I work at Google. After many years with the Open Source Programs Office there, working on things like Summer of Code, Google Code-In, and providing support for open source projects, I've now moved over into developer ecosystems where I'm looking at basically open source and science, the emerging class of research developers, and frankly, how the model of scientific collaboration and the model of open source collaboration dovetail. Let's see, what have I missed? Oh, San Francisco. I'm in San Francisco.
San Francisco. Thank you so much. Excellent introduction. Stephen Jacobs, who are you?
Hi, I am the newly anointed as of August director of RITs, which is the Rochester Institute of Technology, a university in Rochester in upstate New York, where I am. RIT's Open Programs Office. We're not just open source software, because we have people working in open hardware and open science and so on and so forth. So we try to make sure that everyone knows it's a big tent. And I'm looking forward to talking about what we're doing.
Love it. Thank you. Josh Simmons, sorry. Who are you?
All good. I am Josh Simmons. I new as of this year. I'm ecosystem strategy lead at Tidelift, and new as of last year, I am president of the Open Source Initiative. Pleased to be here. I'm calling in from beautiful Petaluma, California, Coast Miwok land.
It is beautiful. Love it. Phuc, you're also on the OSI. Who are you?
Yes. Yeah, so I'm also associated with a few organizations. First of all is the FOSS Asia. So I founded FOSS Asia in 2009. This is an organization that fosters open source movement in Asia. And as you mentioned already, I'm also on the board of the Open Source Initiative. And last year, I got elected to join the board of the Open Source Business Alliance, which is a nonprofit registered in Germany, the network, the biggest network of companies in Europe that are using and building open source. And one thing could be interesting for this panel, I've been working with Zalando on inner source topic and help them to develop the open source strategies. And before that, I also have a few months working together with Daimler Mercedes-Benz on establishing their open source strategies.
Also lots of hats.
Yes,
Where?
I'm calling in from Berlin, Germany.
Hometown. Man, I wish we were all there right now. That would be so great. Somewhere else I wish I was, but not for the weather. Jonathan Fink, where are you?
Hi, I'm in Vancouver, British Columbia. Nice to see you all. I'm a professor at Portland State University and University of British Columbia. And I'm here in part because I run a smart city program that includes Portland, Vancouver, and Seattle, Washington. And so we're looking at kind of a regional perspective on some of these issues. And I'll also share a few thoughts from having been vice president for research at 2 universities for about 16 years.
So hopefully, listeners, you can see we have a pretty diverse panel today. A lot of different backgrounds coming together. So it was kind of interesting planning this because one of the things is, well, we have to make sure everyone knows what an open source program office is. But then how do you define it? And every single person you ask has a different definition for what it is and how it works and whether it's a thing at all or whether it's an open programs office, et cetera, et cetera. So we figured instead of defining it and having me talk at all, we would ask each of you panelists, what does OSPO mean for you? What do you do at your OSPO? How do you define it? Or how have you defined it previously at OSPOs you've worked at? Also works well. And where do you see them going? So that's a big question. Yeah, we'll cover going more later in the end. So maybe just for now, what is an OSPO to you at your institution? And I think we should actually go around and then maybe have a short discussion afterwards where we share what we've learned from each other while we talked. So Kat went first last time. So I think Jonathan Fink, why don't you go first this time?
Sure. Well, I would say of the 6 of us, I'm the least experienced with OSPOs, and I'm working with a number of cities, city governments, as well as universities, all of which are trying to figure out how they fit into this. Because I'm in Portland and connected to Seattle, we have a lot of large tech companies. So Intel is the largest employer in Oregon. They have a lot of experience with this, as does Microsoft, as does Amazon. And we have connections with them. So in part, we're learning from them, but mostly we're learning from the network that Richard represents and that he was talking about earlier. I think that what the universities and the cities are trying to figure out is what are the benefits to offset the challenges of just getting this organized and telling administrators in both sets of organizations, here's something new that you should be thinking about and worrying about when you don't have any staff who are going to make that necessarily your top priority. So we've been learning quite a bit already from, particularly from Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, and also from a few other cities that are a little bit further on the path than we are.
I love how you involve cities as well, right? And OSPOs doesn't just mean a large industry. It could be a network, it can be connection. And I wouldn't say that you are less experienced. As you said, you have 16 years of experience in research, and anything at an administrative level going down, I'm talking too much. Josh, what do OSPOs mean to you?
So for me, an OSPO is the Open Source Programs Office is an interface for a company to the outside world, to the rest of the open source ecosystem. And for me, that means sort of inbound and outbound relationships, helping to manage relationships. Open source is really built on relationships. But then not just the relationships and outreach piece, but compliance, security, all the other things that go with managing the use of open source. That's kind of how I view an Open Source Programs Office, the interface for the world.
I like that. What are you doing at TideLift? Would you say you run the OSPO there? I mean, I know it's an open source based company.
No. So TideLift, I have worked in 2 OSPOs now. I was very honored to call Kat a colleague in recent years at the Google OSPO, and then was at Salesforce previously. But now I'm at a company that sells to OSPOs, so no pressure, don't buy anything. No, TideLift is helping companies manage the open source supply chain and sort of helping with some of the things that OSPOs do. You kind of get into the weeds, nitty-gritty, and often you end up building some custom tooling to manage this kind of stuff. TideLift is trying to help people not reinvent the wheel in that way and pay maintainers while at it.
Excellent. Thank you for explaining. It's hard when you have a non-traditional OSPO or a non-traditional job, but you have a lot of experience to say what's going on. Stephen Jacobs, you definitely have a very non-traditional OSPO, mostly because it's from a university. Can you talk a bit about OpenRIT?
Yeah, so I can do that. There's only a couple of universities so far that have been doing this or looking at doing this. And as I said, we only started in August. We're kind of all over the place because universities are all over the place. So we have to try to advise the upper administration on policy and compliance. We want to support our faculty and staff and students in doing open work and giving them the resources they need to do that. We definitely want to kind of interface, as Josh said, with the outside world as well. Universities are interesting in that they have 3 different classes of employees, which makes policy interesting. You've got staff who are staff, they're employees, and generally that same kind of stuff follows. You have faculty who are employees who, on the one hand, are supposed to make their work public and freely distributed. But on the other hand, the university and or they often would like to commercialize that as well. And where it's my research that's openly distributed versus it's my research that's going to get productized, who makes those decisions and how that works can be very gray. So we're trying to work through that. Students in general at universities are essentially the same as employees in terms of the university owns their IP, but our IT is different than that, and our students own their own IP. So the existing IP policy overall has to make a classification that's different between students and faculty and staff. And in the open policy, I have to kind of make variations on the theme for all 3. And also that we're trying to kind of clear policy around not just software, but hardware and open science and open data and open access journals. And a lot of universities do have policies here and there about these things, but there's no center of gravity. So if you want to find the open access policy, you have to kind of go to the library often. There's lots of variations between how universities. So it's a really interesting time to be trying to pull this off.
Excellent. Hung, you also have a huge breadth of experience with working with OSPOs by building collaborative networks, right? FOSS Asia works by working with all sorts of companies in Asia to bring stuff together, as well as individual coders and individual open source advocates. Can you talk a bit about what you think OSPOs are?
Yes, so I think this is an office that how do I say it, that coordinate different open source strategies and activities. So for instance, when I work together with the community or with nonprofit organization, we do not have an OSPO. But for company like Zalando or Daimler, right? So when you think about an open source program office, it means that there must be some funding, there must be some business strategy that they want to drive in this direction. And when a company in a certain side and they have a very clear direction that they want to invest in open source, so there is the need of having an office or having a team that manage not only the funding but how to execute the strategies and coordinate with different groups within the company, right? At Zalando, we do not have an OSPO, but we operate in a different way. It could be a team, so it's more like doing the project management, right? So in some companies that I see the OSPO even inside the marketing department, or sometimes even inside the HR department. So it really depends on the strategy and direction of the company where they want to place OSPO. So sometimes they do not call it an OSPO, they call it a team, or they call it a department. It really depends. But in general, it's more about coordinate the effort from different stakeholders and execute the open source strategies. That's what I see.
I agree. And it is interesting where you place an OSPO. That has a lot of ramifications. Also for universities, also for cities, right? Not just for large companies, but like where you put it determines how people feel like they're free to do stuff, how easy it is to procure new things. Kat knows a lot about this because Google, as we know, has many sub-teams and the like, and you've worked at Google's OSPO for a long time before moving to academic work with Google. Can you talk a bit about what an OSPO means for you?
Well, there's me personally, and there's me Google. I'll put on my Google hat here. A lot of what the team does is basically help people within the company understand what they're getting themselves into, aka license compliance. Google has, 200,000 people now, and we're still a majority developer company. So there's a lot of people who are handling a lot of code. And what we have a lot of very good lawyers, the OSPO started in, I want to say 2004, specifically to help the company not shoot themselves in the foot in terms of respecting IP, both the literal and the objective and the subjective applications of licenses and the culture of open source. So we have lawyer cats that work in OSPO. We have a lot of people working specifically with individual open source projects. Last I checked, Google has something like 2,500 active open source projects that were started at the company. Or maybe it's 2,500 we started and 1,500 that are still actively being contributed to. We also contribute a lot to other external projects such as Linux. That means there's a lot of possible surfaces where we could misapply licensing principles, we'll say. So there's a lot of that. We also want to make sure that we're supporting all these projects that we rely on for our infrastructure. So along with teams working on sustainability, governance, community building for projects, there's also money on the table that we put out to support projects. There's a very important difference, though, between sponsorships and support. A lot of companies sponsor open source. At Google, we seek to support open source. We want to provide an underlying layer of support so that projects can keep the lights on rather than sponsoring specific new changes or directions for the code. And now I need to stop talking. So,
well, sort of. You also have a personal hat you mentioned. So that was your Google hat.
My Google hat and my personal hat. Well, my journey with open source started back in the mid-1980s with a little company called Mount Xinu, which is trademark backwards for those of us that remember Mount Xinu. We were the first commercially supported version of BSD Unix, long before the term open source was created. One reason that I'm interested in the interface between corporate and academic open source is, to my mind, open source started in academia and builds on the rich tradition of collaborative thinking. And it always kind of surprises me when people say that, you know, open source is an adventure of corporate life. Anyway, big fan of academia. I'm kind of puzzled that the concept of an OSPO isn't normal now in academia. Jonathan and Stephen, I think you can speak to that. How much trouble did you get into trying to normalize this concept?
Well, I can't say that I actually have normalized it as yet. We're having discussions primarily at University of British Columbia. We have had for about the last 6 months. So part of the argument that we've made, which came from the people, several of the people on this call or in this discussion, is that there are a whole set of functions that the university has to do, particularly when interfacing with funding agencies, where the proposals have to have certain boilerplate and have to have certain processes in place. And to have every individual principal investigator or faculty member have to come up with that on their own and be responsible for it is very inefficient and very unappealing. So one of the ways to convey the potential value of this to administrators who are currently in those roles is to say, this is a way to centralize and offload a lot of that responsibility from the hundreds, if not thousands, of people that are dealing with outside organizations like funding agencies. We've also had quite a bit of participation at UBC from librarians who don't call themselves librarians anymore. They are archival scientists, and they think a lot about long-term storage of data, how data is made available to different communities. So when they heard about this, they got quite excited. And then we have people in the IT office who also see the potential benefit. The ultimate decision maker probably at both of the universities I'm working with would be the vice president for research. And so getting them to recognize what the value is, and then to figure out who in their office is going to be responsible for that is part of the challenge. The past year has not been a good one to find administrators with extra bandwidth. They're struggling to figure out just how to change their financial models. And so this is one additional thing to try to fit into that agenda. But I would say the discussions we've had so far, particularly as they interface with cities, there's a lot of interest and a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of potential champions that we could tap into.
I think you're speaking a lot to my next question, which is how do you establish a culture of collaboration internally at your institution? So it's easy to set up an OSPO in the sense you can have someone who's hired to say, I'm an OSPO now, use MIT license everywhere, and that's about it. But it's much harder to teach people how to do open source internally, to make people interested in it internally. Saying things like you just mentioned, hey, you're doing the same process 500 times. Why don't we all just do that once and the OSPO will help disseminate that, is a great way of getting internal collaboration. So I'm curious if you have any other tools, Jonathan Fink, for internally getting people on board with collaborating in an open sourcey kind of way.
Yeah, well, not to get too much in the weeds, but so as I mentioned, I was vice president for research for 10 years at Arizona State and then 6 years at Portland State. And that's an interesting job where you are talking to all of the research active faculty in the university, which a place like Arizona State can be hundreds and hundreds of them. And you are asking them to do more work than they might normally want to, because you're evaluated on the basis of the research productivity of the institution, but you're not actually doing that work yourself. So you have to learn how to be persuasive, and you don't have that many resources to work with other than your personality and a little bit of overhead to distribute. So I think that's useful background for trying to first get people interested, the current administrators interested, and to see the value, and then also to build up a network of enthusiastic proponents besides yourself. So the fact that at UBC, the archival scientists are quite excited, and scattered people around the university, to have them go separately to the VP for research and say, hey, there's this thing happening, we think your office should really get involved. That's much more powerful than I can do on my own. So trying to build up this kind of grassroots support, and then also connecting a number of those people with the international network that you've been leading is very helpful to see, oh, this is something that's really moving along. And I guess the last point I'll make is that a place like University of British Columbia has a lot of interaction with a few big companies, particularly Microsoft, and then also some biotech companies. And so seeing that what we're proposing is something that's already well established in those partner organizations can be very helpful in terms of getting people to pay attention.
I like that answer a lot. It makes me curious, especially about the stopping reduplicative effort and being able to go and say we should do it this way. Josh, at the OSI, you talk a lot about licensing, and most of what we talked about with OSPO so far has been licensing. How do you suggest to people who look at your license list to make sure that they internally use it to actually have a culture of collaboration instead of just saying, well, we used MIT because OSI said so?
Oh, I like this question.
Sorry, it's quite tough.
Yeah. No, it's. So you're right. At OSI, we do talk and think a lot about licensing, and just to level set for folks, OSI is the nonprofit that stewards the open source definition and maintains the OSI approved license list that a lot of organizations, governments, and companies all around the world sort of rely on by reference. And the way I like to think about OSI is that it does the legal janitorial work that makes open source predictable for the rest of the world. And it's that predictability, that's that stability of what open source means that gives us a coherent commons, that within that commons, we can have, as I say, permissionless collaboration. That's all well and good, but But it turns out
maybe a better question to save you, because OSI may not do that outreach work. A better question may be, knowing that and knowing what you know from your breadth of experience with OSPOs, how would you internally try to use licenses as a way of getting at people to help them actually have a culture of open source beyond the license? Maybe that's a better question.
Right. Because that's sort of where I was going, is that like we think a lot about licenses, but licenses are not the silver bullet. They're not the panacea. They're not everything. And honestly, they're just the cornerstone that allows us to build, collaborative environments and build open governance and things like that. So it's a precondition, but it's really just the one thing. And so what I encourage people to do is, when they're thinking about license choice, think about the kind of community that you're trying to build and what you want your relationship to be with that community, right? If you are getting into business and you want to sell a product and you're thinking about using a permissive open source license because, well, that's going to help me get rapid adoption, you're probably right, it will. But if your thought is that your relationship with that community is to be extractive, that like everything you contribute is ours and we're going to sell that, and you don't get any of that value back, well, maybe a permissive license was an okay choice from getting adoption, but you're really at that point not taking full advantage of what open source has to offer, right? That's not a collaborative environment. That's not a thing where there's a whole community of people who have a stake of ownership here and a sense that this is, how we're going to run the project, and I've got some say in that as a member of the community and a contributor. So I really just encourage people to think about, like, what is your relationship to this project and this community, and what do you want that to be? And if you want it to be something that's bigger than you, then by all means, please pick a license that lends itself to that, that opens up the possibilities of serendipity, because people can adopt it and don't have to worry about signing your CLA or whatever. Really, like, licenses are important. They're super important, but we spend way too much time talking and thinking about them, and we should be spending more time thinking about what are we enabling with our licenses, what kind of collaborative development methodology, and what is the governance for how we manage the shared assets.
That's a really good answer. Thank you. Stephen Jacobs, you also have to have a lot of work figuring out how to pitch the culture of open source internally, because OpenRT was basically set up by you. So how did you do that?
So it was set up by me, but the exciting thing is there was a lot of interest right away. So when I first approached the vice president of research about doing this, he said I said, if I wrote you a white paper, would you pass it on to the other folks? And he didn't even let me finish the sentence. He said, if I write a white paper, he said, yes, I will pass it on to everybody else. So there was interest from him and my provost, which for non-university people is essentially like the vice president of the academic side. The president of the university is a fundraiser, and the provost is the person who focuses on the content and the education. And we've been successful in doing a lot around open source education for undergraduates in the 12 years that I've been working in open source as a professor. And so they charged me to call a meeting. When I said, I can't call a meeting, you guys have to call a meeting. There's no university-wide meeting called by Professor Jacobs, right? That just doesn't work. You guys have to call the meeting. But when I sent out the RSVPs to see if people wanted to talk about this, I expected to see a couple of guys I know from CS and engineering say, yeah, we're interested. And what we got was 50 RSVPs from 37 different units across campus that said they wanted to learn more, they wanted to learn how to participate, or so on and so forth. So that was really exciting. So I spent the fall kind of showing up at all of the official welcome back to the college meetings to tell people what we're doing. And thanks to the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, I had some great news for them. I could say, I have a funded internal team that can help you get your project out in the world and start to try to build a community. Because what happens in open source too often, and especially in academic open source, is that people make their thing, toss it into a publicly available repository, send out one email and expect, like Jack's beanstalk, it will grow overnight into this beautiful thing. And that just really doesn't happen. So I have been able to tell them, look, I have a team that's essentially an internal open source digital marketing team for you. If you are working with a community that's established but wants some help rebooting itself a little bit, or if you're trying to open something on your own that's new, I have writers, full stack developers, and UI UX people who can take on a small amount of projects for the next 2 years to help you go beyond just that first email repository, to really let you build a community from the outside world, not just from the inside world. And that's really powerful. And I can also tell them, look, this team is here now. You may just be thinking of something, but academics, when they write grant proposals or NSF proposals or whatever else, have to talk about the sustainability of the project. And almost all of the federal agencies and state agencies and a lot of the charitable foundations all say your stuff must be open. And what are you going to do when our money runs out? And so I'm telling people who are just starting to look at this stuff, look, you should write the team that I have into your proposal. As your proof of sustainability and proof of openness, you can say, we have this unit on campus we'll be working with to go ahead and make sure that we'll be able to reach who we want to reach. And that can be a powerful tool. I've had 1 or 2 people buy into that concept so far. We'll see how it goes. But that team, classes only resumed January 25th. And so that team only started working January 25th. We're just working now to pick out our first cohort of projects. So stay tuned, but that's what's going on at the moment.
I wish you the best with that. That's awesome. I heard a lot of similarities as a consultant who's helped various companies figure out how to do culture inside their company as well, and how to be more open sourcey, not just in the inner source side, which is how do you work between teams, but how do you actually get people interested in contributing back to open source outside of the company. A lot of what you're saying about getting people together and saying, we already have this stuff, you already do this here, this will just magnify it, really spoke to me. Hong, I was wondering if it was the same with you, with your work.
Yes, so I want to talk a little bit about Zalando. I think it is a good example here, as this is a European-based company, right? And they also one of the biggest fashion platform around. When I first started at Zalando, I want to say that I chose to work with Zalando because I was very impressed by the open source projects that they released on GitHub. So they released about 200 different open source projects, and some of them being used by our members in the community in Asia. Yeah, and they publish also a lot of process how they work inside Zalando to the outside world. And when I still remember when I the first day when I started at Zalando, I got a message from a colleague inside saying that, oh, it's so welcome on board. We actually met through your work at FOSS Asia. So, and I realized that when I'm being inside the company, I realized that there are a lot of individuals who are really passionate about the topic, and it got something to do with the beginning of Zalando in 2008, 2010, right? When they first established the platform, they actually built based on an open source software that called Magento. So this is the PHP e-commerce platform. So entirely open source. So from the beginning of the business, they already built up on open source. And right now, Magento is not being used anymore. So we use different technologies, but it is the core of Zalando of open source. So they understand the importance of contributing back to the upstream projects, which is the projects that they depend on. Because if you want to drive a direction of a certain project, you need to show that you contribute, in order to have a say in that particular project. And when I'm inside the company, I realized that the infrastructure, the tooling that they use actually make things very easy for the people to collaborate. For instance, it's only like everyone working with Git, yeah. So we have we use microservice as a way we develop application. Every team have their choice of technology, what they want to go into. So the code written inside by any team can be accessed by anyone. And there's different groups inside Zalando. There is a very active open source group. So if anyone in the company have special passion or interest about certain technology, they can get together, and the company provide very good platform infrastructure where people can communicate, and it's easy to organize the event. It's easy to share information from within. So basically inside we have the common drive where everyone can get access from the information that you need. So they are also like a portal where all the information, whatever you want, is already there. It's very easy. And similar to Kat mentioned earlier, when she explained different activities that being done by the OSPO at Google. So we also developed something called the open source onboarding. So whenever you're new to Zalando, I actually wrote this training for the new commerce, the new colleagues. So when they get on board for the first week, they join our like tech bootcamp, and in this bootcamp, a very big part of this is open source training. So in this training, so we explain the history, why we are doing open source, all the benefits, and we also mention when people want to adopt something open source, what are the guidelines, and we also touch on licensing and legal topic, you know. So if you adopt something, what kind of license on the software that you should use, everything that Zalando released right now under MIT, but people also need to understand the different licenses. And I must say the culture of collaboration actually driven by individuals. So there are a lot of people within the Zalando contribute back to upstream project like PostgreSQL, which is very like being widely used in Zalando. And I'm really glad that not only it's not that the company is saying that we must contribute to open source, but individual, because they come from the open source community, they already have the mindset of sharing and collaborate. So that is a good thing. But to sum up, what I want to say is very good infrastructure allowed employees to go and right on the first day when you join the Zalando, you already see that the company embrace open source by providing training, providing toolings for you that help you to work. Yeah.
I love that answer. It's kind of like you don't need to come to church moment if you're all already at church, but then how do you make sure people stay there, which is great. Kat Allman, I expect you have a similar answer for Google. You know, hey, Googlers, do you like open source and coding? Well, yes, we started that way. So I'm going to move on to the next question for you, which is how do you take that outwards? How do you, as an OSPO, connect to other organizations? Academically, how do you have Google work with universities, with academics? You're still on mute. So while you're unmuting, the culture of collaboration is what I'm trying to emphasize here, by the way.
The culture of collaboration. I'm new enough in what I'm doing at Google that I'm not the best Googler to address how Google collaborates with academic institutions. We actually have an entire university relations team that are good at that. And so can I answer a different question?
Of course. Right. You're smarter than I am. Whatever you want to answer is great.
Oh, please. I actually wanted to say something that I've been thinking about as we are in a global pandemic. I think there's an opportunity for open source to gain new contributors in this time of remote working, in this time of job loss and opportunity, and frankly, need for connection. It's great to see you all. I wish we were sitting at a table, sharing a meal, talking in real time. Everybody out there listening to this, you can come too. We can all have beer. It'll be great. Because Berlin, yummy. It seems like something I cherish about open source is that sense of connection and community and collaboration. And in a time where we are denied our regular social things and no longer have to commute, many of us, there's an opportunity there for open source projects to fill that gap and give people a home and a way to contribute that in turn increases their value in the eyes of employers. The missing stair there in academia is we have to figure out a way to get software recognized as a viable research output that applies to tenure or whatever tenure is going to become. But people are working on that. We also need to better standardize citations for software, again, so that software, specifically open source, can fit into the academic model. But I see a lot of opportunity there. Something I'm excited about with OSPOs in the academic and commercial setting is how they can normalize the use. So hopefully someday we'll all work ourselves out of a job and open source will be the standard, and there won't be a need for specialized education and processes because it'll just be how creation is done. Maybe I'm optimistic.
I don't think you're optimistic. Or if you are, I think it's a good thing. I think that sounds more realistic, actually, to me. And it actually relates to the question which I was going to ask finally, but maybe we could just move right on to it, because I think we sort of answered external collaboration anyway. It sounds pretty similar. You take internal stuff and you try to get people to work together. So instead, let's focus on what the future of OSPOs are. Where do we see them going? So Kat wants OSPOs to not exist, but that's far down the line. There's a future in the medium time, getting citations noted for science. That's a huge part of open source, that a huge area that needs more work. And it'd be great to funnel more funding and people who are interested in license compliance for that sort of work there. That would be excellent. Jonathan Fink, you work with smart cities, not just cities. All the cities you work with are smart. Can you tell us a bit about where you think the future of OSPOs goes in relation to that?
Sure. I think it has to do with what's the future of data for cities. And clearly cities have been collecting, generating, archiving data for a very long time, but not necessarily in a well-organized or digital way. And so all cities are now grappling with all of the issues associated with privacy and security, and the list goes on, particularly commercialization. So cities are realizing, well, we have all kinds of very valuable assets here that have not been part of how the city has been organized in the past. And we can look to companies to get a sense of how this might work. But it's pretty foreign to the whole purpose of municipal governance, which is to provide services to residents. And so figuring out how all of that works, I think, and having open source be part of the discussion while that's going on is really important and is a timely opportunity. I think many of the cities that I work with all look at Toronto and the failure last year of Sidewalk Labs, offshoot from Google, to basically create one master system for a big development on the waterfront, where where Sidewalk Labs was going to provide all kinds of services that sounded great and very futuristic in exchange for controlling the data. And when the community realized, well, wait a minute, we don't know all the fine print here, there's a lot of pushback and the whole thing got canceled. So other cities are saying, okay, there's a lesson there. We need to be thinking about data from the outset, and having some tools like what OSPOs are trying to provide is going to be, I think, a key part of that discovery.
Stephen Jacobs, I know you have a thought for this one. Seems relevant.
I do have a thought. In academia, we're going to see OSPOs take off. Everybody's waking up. Everybody realizes that a lot of the things they have just need to be brought back into one place. So that there's somebody looking at all the different projects, all the different policies. It's gathering metrics on, because we as universities want to be able to say, just like the corporations in open source say, hey, our people contributed this much back to the ecosystem, right? A big problem for universities is we have no idea. you know, everybody's in their own little box, and we have no idea what anybody else is doing. So hopefully getting everybody to sign on for metrics so we can actually share our story with the world like Google and other companies do is one thing I think is a big future. I'm also really fascinated by the city issue, and what smart cities can do, and the challenge that they face. We work somewhat with our city's open data portal manager and our students, and a lot of the challenges that cities have in open data is who really owns their data, because in Rochester, the school system owns the school's data, and the police own their data, and a lot of the data that you would think the city would own, the county really owns, and the county doesn't want to play nice with the city. So it's a big challenge, and I'm looking forward to, hopefully, as this momentum goes forward, those people being able to kind of all come together. I know that Montgomery County, Maryland often gets pointed to as a leader in open data, and that's something to really take a look at. And I always thought that the ownership of data, when Austin threw out the Ubers and the Lyfts for the year or whatever it was that they expelled them from the city, an independent organizer built an app for the taxis that was an open app, and all the data was open. And that's a really cool thing. Seeing more of that happen would be amazing. The equivalence to on campus is, you know, what do we do with the data that we own on our employees, and how can we use that to make their jobs easier, better? How can we benefit our students with what we know? Those are the things that I really see us getting a handle on in the next 10 to 20 years, and really being able to lift up the work that we do.
Josh, where do you see OSPOs going in this vein?
I think, you know, over the last 23 years, has it been since we've got an official definition for open source? You know, we've seen a journey among institutions of various types, you know, academic and corporate and otherwise, where organizations have gone from outright hostile to open source and that approach to collaboration and intellectual property, to begrudging acceptance, where it's like, well, I guess we've got Linux machines running in this operation. What are we gonna do? To an appreciation of the fact that open source means we can build more, better, faster. And I think we're getting to a point where we're seeing organizations who have been on this journey for long enough to start to realize the full potential of what open source can bring, which is that it's not just about these free as in beer assets. It's about the serendipity and the unexpected benefits that you get out of collaborating across borders that would have typically divided us. And I think we're seeing organizations begin to understand how to work with that and begin to think a little bit bigger. And so what I see in the future of open source programs offices, and of course, everybody's on a different, on roughly the same journey, but at different, you know, at a different pace. So, you know, there's a bell curve here. But I think what we're going to see is more organizations, the standard being not just let's manage our open source to minimize our liability and our risk and ship faster, but like, no, this is a fundamentally different way of thinking about working with each other and producing value for the world at large. And so I think the future of OSPOs is moving from the sort of table stakes of management to sort of strategic thinking of like, well, no, this is a core rethinking of what we're doing, and this should be weaved into basically everything else we do in our business or our organization, because there's so much potential when we do that.
Hung, at the Open Source Business Alliance at FOSS Asia, you've actually encapsulated a lot of what we talk about with collaboration, because you're not just working at the one company, right? Zalando is great and they're doing awesome open source stuff and you're helping with that, but you're also helping out at a larger scale. Josh just mentioned borderless collaboration. And so I wanted to hear from you, what do you think the future of OSPOs might be in the terms of how that works?
Yes, so thank you for mentioning Open Source Business Alliance. So I just want to say that they are doing great work. If you are in Europe, I highly recommend you to check them out. Yes, the future of OSPO, I just want to say that I want to second what Kat said earlier. So do we really need an OSPO in the future? It should be a normal way of working. So do we need open source program office in order to collaborate or to do open source? Yeah, so I think I don't want us to buy into any terminology. So is it like now people have the feeling that, okay, we now should have an OSPO, everyone should have an OSPO to do open source, right? So it's about collaboration. It's about working with the community, contribute into different projects. So you can do it even without an OSPO. So individual can do that to do this. And when you talk about academia, as Jonathan mentioned earlier, so there is a need of having an entity in order to face with the outside world, to receive funding or to access some like process or procedure. Of course, then it's always good to have an entity to emphasize the open source efforts. But what I'm seeing is whatever you do, whatever decision that you make, do open source is a core. You need a way to governance, to manage, but it doesn't need to be OSPO. It could be like collaborate with the community, work with people who actually know, who actually do open source. Yeah, so some companies have an OSPO because they don't have a clear understanding what needs to be done. So they have some funding, and they said, okay, so since we are doing it, let's do this. But my suggestion would be look into the community, connect with people actually doing open source, and work together with them. And the decision whether you need an office or you need a team, you need a project management or not is up to you. It's not the same for everyone. Yeah.
I love that answer. Thank you so much. Kat, I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity. You started this conversation by bringing up the fact that right now is a great time for us to collaborate together, seeing as how we're all working from home due to global pandemic, which is not fun to mention, but it's true that this is a good point. Do you have anything else you want to say about the future of open source program offices and working together?
Looping back to the academic, to illustrate with a story, I last year was talking with a major research, biological research center in the US that all their research is open source. All their researchers do that by default. And much to my surprise and theirs, their legal department didn't know that. So I think this speaks to the need for internal coordination and education about, as many of you have said, we need to train people that it's not scary, that it's actually a good way of working, and then align the incentives in academia and industry to support collaboration instead of working against it.
I agree. Again, it's very easy to agree with friends who are right. So I just do a lot of that. So thank you all so much. Before we wrap up and move on to questions, and audience, if you have any questions, please put them in the question tab or just directly in the comments. I can read that too, and I'll field them to our wonderful panelists today who've really gone out of their way to show how awesome open source can be and how awesome they are without doing that selfishly. They just do it naturally. It exudes. So one question I have is, what do you want the audience to know? What do you feel like we didn't get covered? We don't have a ton of time, but hopefully a point each might work. Stephen Jacobs, you always have something. What do you think?
Universities are great places to kind of forge the open ethics, since academics and researchers are, by the hundreds of years of the scientific method, kind of ingrained to share their work. And I think it's really going to kind of move forward well as people start to look forward to getting involved.
Thank you so much. Josh Simmons?
I think if there's one thing I want to leave, I want to leave the audience with, it's the sense that you are the future of open source, right? I'm right now very honored to and privileged to occupy the seat of volunteer president of Open Source Initiative, but I only occupy this seat because I ran for the board 5 years ago, and I've ran a few times since, and it's a community elected organization. And open source is full of organizations like OSI, foundations that are made up of people. And I want you and people in the audience to think about becoming a part of these organizations. You know, have you ever considered running for the board? Have you ever considered working for a foundation? You know, these are an essential part of our collective ecosystem. And we're going to need our foundations all the more as we have these academic and municipal OSPOs popping up and needing to be able to interface with sort of the corporate OSPOs. You know, so you're the future of open source. Please consider working at or volunteering at a foundation.
OSI is hiring a new executive director. Please apply. That's great. Thank you so much, Josh. Jonathan Fink, got any final points?
Yes, I think the fact that this is an ongoing discussion that has some people who are further down the path than others is good to know. And I would also say that we all have limited time to participate in new things, and the community that is around OSPO, at least as I've been introduced to it through these individuals and others, is really pleasant. And so as one is trying to choose what do you spend time with, not only is our OSPOs important, but it's something that is rewarding as an experience. And the last point is, on this continuum, there are some big players who have already invested in this. Just to mention, the city of Paris is a very prominent leader. Johns Hopkins University, one of the largest research operations in the United States, is really into it. So there are guideposts that we can learn from along the way.
Love that answer too. Hung, any final points?
Yes, so final point, I think the easiest thing to start is start to use open source software. The reason why we have this conference, FOSS Backstage, and the reason why company like Google, Zalando, Microsoft, all the people in the tech industry now doing open source, because they're definitely a value and a benefit. So we should all do the same. So start to use open source. University, whether you any sector you are in, the first journey would be using open source. I've been working with the TU Berlin, and I see that they're using Nextcloud, and they also like started to look into different solutions for academic sector. If you have an option to work with open source software, and after that start to contribute and engage with the community. While we are having this panel, I also received a message from the FOSS Backstage organizer asking how can we engage people from Asia, participants from Asia in this conference. And that is an excellent question. First of all, the timing is not so great for Asian people. And in order to invite them into your conference, of course, you always need to reach out. You need to be in the community, you need to connect with them. So people don't just come to you. You need to make an effort, get out of your area, actively connect with people. Therefore, I want to take the opportunity to invite you to join the FOSS Asia Summit, which happen next month, where a lot of open source user groups and organizations from Asia will be there. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to continue our collaboration and stay connected. Thank you.
I love that answer a lot, especially as we're at a German event and you're in Berlin and the rest of us are North American. And it's just really nice to be able to know that borders, just get involved, help out. FOSS Asia, OSCA, Open Source Community Africa is another great community that's super awesome. Kat Allman, I think we want to end with you. Any final points?
Gee, be nice to people. If
Yeah.
you've got a project, people are always asking me, how do I get new contributors to my project? And the number one thing I could say is, well, 2, document your project. 3, provide an on-ramp for newcomers. Give them a hint as to how to get started. And thirdly, just be nice to people. Times are really challenging and it's scary to connect with strangers. So just be nice.
Well, I feel like that's incredibly easy here. I know I said that a few minutes ago, but it's still true. Thank you all so much for coming on and joining me for this little presentation. It was really great to have you all. We do have some questions. So before we all leave and end here, I'm going to ask a question from the crowd, if that is all right. What are the ways that FOSS foundations or hosting organizations, i.e. nonprofits or community groups, can best explain their work and expectations to help OSPOs be more effective within their own big corp or academic organizations? It's a great question. Who would like to field this?
So we're just getting started, but it's been said that open source works due to enlightened self-interest. That's a Denise Cooper quote, right? And so, getting people to understand what the benefits are to them as to why they would do this, right? There's intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. How do you get the people in your organization to do that? As I said, we're trying. See me in a year. I'll let you know whether people actually bought in or not. But it's all about what can I do for you and what can you do for me, right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
I think Denise Cooper would love that answer. It is enlightened self-interest, and she does say that all the time. Anyone else want to answer that question as well with something different? Because we don't have any more questions at the moment. I could ask questions, but I've already talked to you quite a lot. If not, then what I will say is that people still have a couple of seconds to ask another question if they like. I know there's a slight delay, which is rather unfortunate. So it's possible that they won't have time. But I will say that after this, there is a big blue button. Another group, I think it's Big Blue Button, or maybe it's just Venulous. There's a Venulous chat where we can all go and talk to the panelist. Hopefully they will have some time to hop in there and talk to guests. So if you have any questions, feel free to go to the breakout room afterwards. You can do that by going back to the main screen and going to the Prenzlauer Berg breakout room, which would be really great to have you there. And of course, if you have any other questions for anyone, feel free to email or get in contact with any of us. We're all nice people, I hope. Thank you so much. It was great to have you all. And I think that's it.
So that's the end of the first day on the Prenzlauer Berg stage. Can you hear me? Of FOSS Backstage. You have a couple of options now. We have breakout rooms where you can meet the panel and talk to them. But also we have a general social going on. So if you head to the spatial lounge, which you can find on the tab on the left-hand side, We have a social and networking space there where you can meet the other participants and attendees and have a chat. So see you there.